Hello.
Okay. Okay, would everybody please take their seats? We're ready to go ahead. We're a little past 9:30 according to the wall clock there. I'd like to welcome everybody to the next round here we have going on with the bills which are coming forward. In House Education, we're going to be trying to move through these in a timely manner. We have 107 bills coming to us, of which 23 are early bills, and close to 50 of them have fiscal notes on them. So we have our task in front of us. It is 6:30, and the first bill which we have in the docket today is 1008, and that bill is relative to the authority of the Commissioner of the Department of Education to grant extensions for filing of school expenditure reports, and I'd like to welcome Representative Sally Fellows to present the bill.
Good morning. I filed this bill at the request of the Department of Education, but I also worked at the Department of Education for over 30 years, so I understand what this bill is attempting to do, and I completely agree that it's a good idea. It seems little unnecessary to identify only the commissioner as a person who could grant these extensions, because they come up fairly frequently, and he would probably pass it on to the next person who is likely to speak. So I completely support this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions? We do have, following Sally, the Department of Education here to speak to this as well for technical support.
Good.
Thank you. Do you have a question for, you have one question
Okay.
here.
Thank you, Representative. I was just wondering if this section with the change applies to all reports.
I think not. Hold on.
Mark can get that one.
Okay.
I'll let Mark answer.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
thank you.
fine. So thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Mark Maglioli. I hope I said your last name properly, Mark. I've had struggled with that ever since I've known you in the LBA.
That's okay. Mark Manganello, Department of Education, Bureau of School Finance. The department worked with Representative Fellows to craft this bill. It's just two changes, really. This relates to the DOE 25, which is the financial report that districts and charter schools complete. Those reports are due September 1st. We start notifying all the districts and charter schools that the reports are due September 1st. With districts, there is more pressure to get those reports in timely because DRA can't set tax rates until those reports are in and complete and valid and reviewed by us. I have some data here. I don't have data from when they come in, but the Department of Education is able to approve about half of all DOE 25s by the close of September 30th. So most of the SAUs are getting their DOE 25s in timely and moving through the process pretty quickly. But sometimes an SAU, for whatever reason, needs to extend the deadline of when they think they can get the DOE 25 in. There could be a lot of reasons. One of the main reasons is turnover within the SAUs. If it's a new BA coming in, they might need more assistance and help getting their DOE 25 in. And so the way the process works is anyone who wants an extension on the DOE 25, we generally grant it. Then we get later into the later months, October, November, we are going to start telling districts that we're not going to be granting DOE 25s extensions, and they really just need to get them in if they want to have a tax rate, which they do. So this is mostly administrative. We don't have to, we can usually grant these extensions because districts are incentivized to get their reports in so they can have tax rates. But instead of just going through the commissioner and kind of bugging the commissioner, it'd just be easier if he had the authority to use a designee. The one change that's for granting extensions. The one change we did not the authority still is fully within the commissioner, not a designee, is if the commissioner wants to withhold state funding. He doesn't have the authority to delegate that to anyone. This is only delegating the authority to grant the extensions, which we grant. I don't know the number, but half of districts need an extension. So instead of having it come through his office, I can maybe do it a little bit more efficiently. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you for being here. So 2 questions. You just indicated that about 50% of the districts don't submit in timely manner. It seems unlikely that 50% of them have turnover in business administrators. So why else is it delayed?
So it's the DOE 25 sets you up for a successful tax rate setting season. So there's a bunch of documents that districts need to finalize, and there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. And so a lot of districts, we try to tell them to not sit on the DOE 25. If you don't know what your fund balance is going to be, just give us a DOE 25 and we'll review it. But that's usually the final pieces of the puzzle for setting tax rates is their fund balance. So how much they're going to give back to the taxpayers, what their revenues are going to be in the future. Those are the 2 main pieces. And so some districts have really well-run SAU offices. They can close their books. They don't believe they have any material errors in their financial statements, but their preference is to hold on to it for a little bit longer. We tell them, you don't need to do that. But we're happy if we're getting half of them in September, it keeps us busy. So we don't normally hound them. But some of them do want a little bit more time. And like I said, I'll grant them 30 days in September. I stopped giving them time as we get into October. They really need to get them in. So it's not the end of the world if they're getting it into us the end of September or the 1st of October. And some districts have that preference to just have a little bit more time with their financials, just so they can set up all their documents queued up for tax rate setting season.
Are there further questions from the committee? Quickly.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, the longest extension is 30 days.
Correct. Oh, no. So the extension can only go 30 days, but then there's second extensions and third extensions. So some districts need a second extension and a third extension. And so in those second extension cases, it's probably something's going on that's more dramatic, like extreme turnover in their SAU. Sometimes they could have a cybersecurity attack, which would make them difficult for them to close out their financial reports. So the second extensions are kind of the more extreme circumstances that would cause them to delay getting their DOE 25s in.
I have one more, and that's it.
One more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Is there any weighting or any preference to cooperative districts where many towns' tax rates are contingent on that information being sent?
That is a good question. That is where, so kind of the stick we have is we can withhold their state funding to get them to speed up their process. It's a kind of a balancing act in a sense that we want the DOE 25s to be coming in, so we don't have to review all 178 within a short window. So we tell the districts, get them in so you don't overwhelm us. Then they're getting pressure from the towns. So cooperative districts tend to get the most pressure because they have the most amount of towns that are dependent on. So those ones we always prioritize cooperative. When a cooperative DOE 25 gets in, that's the first one we do because we know that there's not just one town that's going to be angry. It's going to be multiple towns. And so naturally, we don't need to withhold state funding or punish them because the townspeople are going to punish them by emailing DRA, emailing me, emailing the SAU, Yeah. So naturally, this process kind of resolves itself. But we like to have the authority to withhold state funding if we feel like it's not resolving itself. And we use this extension process to get a status of what's going on. And in that situation, when a district's really behind, we make sure that we tell them to contact your towns because your towns, especially in a cooperative, need to know what's going on.
Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Mangiello, for joining us this morning. You mentioned that the commissioner may from time to time withhold state funding, and I'm just wondering where that authority comes from.
Comes from this RSA. So it's not in this bill. There's, I think, three sections of the bill. The third one is withholding state funding. That's not being amended here. So that authority is with the commissioner, and he has the authority to withhold state funding for a DOE 25 not being completed.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sally? Representative Fellows?
I'd like to just add something. I'd just like to add that from a historical perspective, that deadline has been in place for a really long time. And, you know, if you go back to when it was, enacted and back to the early 1990s, the DOE 25s were less complex because you didn't have the issue with the fund balance. And also now they have to do some reporting of expenditures at the school level, which they never had to do before. So just to let you know, I don't think it's because, the business operations have been lax. I think that part of it is that it's more complex what they have to do.
Thank you. With that, we will close the hearing on 1008 and enter into the hearing for 1009. And I'd like to welcome back Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I think you probably, well, not the people from the cities, but people from the towns. I think you understand what's in the annual report of the town. One of the things it tells you about is how the warrant, it shows you all the warrant articles and what the vote was on the warrant articles for the prior year. So the Department of Education used to collect those. This goes like way, way back, probably before I was even born. And once in a while, and they were stored in the office that I worked in, Computer and Statistical Services, way back in the 1980s and 90s. And we would keep them. And maybe twice a year, somebody from the Department of Education would come down and they would want to look at those, primarily the warrant articles, to see what was voted on. Could be part of the budget or could be something else. And so now, Revenue Administration keeps that information. And also, a lot of it is just online. You could just go and get a school district's annual report. So it's not that they don't need to be available, and they will still be available, but the Department of Education doesn't need to keep them.
Thank you. Are there further questions of the representative? Thank you very much. Welcome again, Mark.
So as Representative Fellows discussed, this report, there's an RSA that requires towns to send their town report to the Department of Education Commissioner. So this is a law that's valid and still on the books. I get a couple of these mailed to me each year, and so I don't really have the authority to say stop mailing them to me. I don't need them. The internet exists. So if you were to enact this bill, next time someone sends me a town report, I would just try to say, you don't need to do that, save money on paper. And as Representative Fellows said, we don't need these reports. We can access all the information using the DRA's municipal portal.
Where are you storing the old reports?
So we have at 25 Hall Street, our new building, we have a lot of bookcases. So I kind of just put it in a bookcase, but probably could also throw it away. I don't know. So yeah, I guess that makes us look like we have more books in our bookcases.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Are there any other folks who want to speak to 1009? These are really technical requests from the Department of Education. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. We'll close that hearing.
We've got a few minutes into the next.
Now, because we are, Yeah, we have a few minutes before the next one starts. I'll ask the question to the full committee here, and then I'll ask your ranking Representative Luno. Is there anybody has any objections to either 1008 or 1009? If there's no objections and we feel these are as a good move forward on these two bills, we can exec it right now, both of them, and get it off our plate.
And just to clarify, exec as OTP.
Yes, exactly right. So I'll make, not hearing that from anybody here, I'll make the motion, and then I'll let Representative Luno make the one on the other bill. I make a motion OTP on 1008.
Mr. Chair, I think we need to go into executive session first.
Well, okay, we're entering exec session.
So I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk will take the vote on 1008.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Ford. Not here, okay. Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative Noble. Do I
Yes.
call, excuse me. Do I call them if they're not here? Because usually in exec sessions, we're all here, so I don't
Oh,
call
he's
them.
absent, so just, right.
Just call
Yeah.
technically. What
Just,
do I do?
no, just skip over them.
Just skip if I- okay.
They're not present.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
He's-
Oh, I'm sorry.
he's absent
Okay.
also.
Not used to this. Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
So the motion for 1008, we've approved that bill with an ought to pass. It will go on consent. Anybody here objecting to consent? Representative Luno, I recognize you for a motion on 1009.
I move House Bill 1009 ought to pass.
I'll second that. Do you care to speak to your motion, Representative Luno?
No, I think it was covered earlier. Thank you.
And I don't care to speak to it either. So Madam Clerk, just when you're ready, we're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Blackus,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Alboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
So the motion on OTP passes, all right with consent? Hearing that, fine. We'll put that on consent. Wouldn't it be nice if they were all this easy, huh? Huh? Hey, boy, it'd be wonderful. Okay, we got a few moments here to break before the next bill, but what I want to do is take a few minutes here to discuss where we're going and how we're going to accomplish some of the things this year. Due to the fact that we have so many bills, I'm going to allow the sponsors, the prime sponsor of a bill, more latitude in presenting time than the ones that are following as co-sponsors. And I'm going to ask, and depending upon the bill, the time we've allocated, and the number of people that are requesting to speak on it, we most likely will set time limits. I'm not going to set a general time limit for, 3 minutes for every bill. I'm going to wait and see what we got on each bill and then set the time limit when the prime sponsor comes up. And following the prime sponsor, we will have time limits. We also have tried to schedule these bills So bills that have like topics, for example, higher education. I've communicated with the community college system, the university system in New Hampshire, and all bills that are dealing with higher education, we're trying to address them on the same day. So folks from Durham or Keene or Plymouth or from White Mountain Community College, et cetera, can be here at one time and not have to make many trips throughout the course of the month. We also have 23 early bills. Those bills have to be out of this committee, heard and exec by February 15th. So that really does put some pressure on us, seeing that those bills all have financial notes and there will be much discussion on them. So we're going to try to get them done as quick as possible here, as quickly as possible, and so we can get that, can be in compliance with the rules that we have set as a House. There's also another set of bills which are dealing with financing or the budget adequacy formula. And I've set those up this week on one day, and then there will be, and that's on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, I've already assigned a subcommittee to work on those bills. And they will be the subcommittee be meeting often. The subcommittee is open to the public. We will be taking technical support on those bills, and then trying to make a recommendation back and making a recommendation, not trying, making a recommendation back to the whole committee here. Membership on that special subcommittee will involve 6 members from this committee right here, 2 members from finance, and 2 members from Ways and Means. The people from Ways and Means and Finance will not be voting on the final result, seeing this is a subcommittee of the Education Committee. But they will have discussion, be treated as members during the time we are doing work as a subcommittee. And I'm not going to announce those names at this time, seeing that we don't have all those names yet done by from Ways and Means and Finance. Those appointments are being made by the Speaker and the Minority Leader, Representative Wilhelm. So when I get word from them as who their representatives are going to be on this, we're going to have a total of 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats on that subcommittee. So that's that one right there. There will be times this year, got a minute here left, that I know you're going to be out testifying for bills. In fact, there were several bills that came up in Senate Education last Friday when we were in, or Thursday when we were in session. And that really, I think, perturbed a lot of people here, seeing we couldn't break loose to testify on those bills. And those were critical bills. And so we know that those bills are also going to go on in other committees here while we're discussing bills in this also. So please, if you have to get up and leave, just let us know where you're going, or you might even ask somebody on the other committee you're going to. Let us know when there's time for us to, present our position. That will help so that you'll be able to stay here as long as you can. If they can text you a message saying, okay, we're open now to, people in the hearing process, we'll go there. So also lastly, if you have to be out for some reason on this committee for a personal need, a medical issue, or an obligation, and you can't make it that given day, I'm not going to get too bent out of shape over that. You can see we have several people absent today. That's okay. We won't be taking, we will be executing bills only when there's agreement like we had just now, or when they're noted in the calendar. Just know when it's noted in the calendar, then you cannot accept the bill prior to that noted date. So that's how we want to work. So if you have to take some time off, we're going to be meeting at least 3 days a week, possibly 4, then when the session's in place. And we'll also try to set some session days up if we don't have a whole lot of bills. So we're acting in the morning in session or the afternoon in session. We can use the other half of the day for hearings here in the committee. And Fridays, I'm trying to leave off. However, for many of you, we know that on Fridays, that's when all the other commissions and committees are meeting. And so some of us will be here 5 days a week for several months. So it makes it difficult. So With that, any comments or input? Because we're ready now to go ahead. It is 10 o'clock. And we do have a bill scheduled for 10 o'clock. And so I'd like to open up this hearing for HB 1014. This is relative to the registration of high school students to vote. So okay, it looks like we're good. Representative Page, you're here. Welcome to our committee. That's Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I will be brief. It's a pretty modest bill with a couple points I'll make on it. I have written testimony coming around. Really, this arose out of conversations after the House passed this civics requirements last session, conversations with constituents and students about what place voter registration might have in that conversation. By way of background, we passed a number of provisions emphasizing the importance of civics in schools. So this bill largely arises out of that. There's two operative provisions, really. One is requiring schools to inform students about the procedures and process of voting and where and how to file voter registration. It's a pretty modest proposal. It's I think, naturally nested in the civics education requirements, which speak to now requiring opportunities for civic engagement, civic participation. Unfortunately, so part of this, I hope, will improve on a good law and make it better. Voter registration in New Hampshire among eligible 18-year-olds, 18-year-olds is pretty low. It's around 15.6%. We know that that's an unfortunate number, especially in a place like New Hampshire, where we have a first in the nation primary, and we pride ourselves on civic and political engagement. Part of the thinking is that one of the outcomes, I guess, if we think about civic engagement and involvement with the process, is rates of voter participation. So that's why that's an alarmingly low rate. I could probably point to numerous studies that have been done about how there's sort of a virtuous cycle that happens when people participate in the political process in terms of civic engagement. They become more active in nonprofits and civic community groups, all those good things. There's sort of this virtuous cycle. Registration is one of those things that for an 18-year-old or many people can be a hurdle. And so it seems, in the view of some folks, and myself included, that high schools and our civics conversations will be an important part to leverage that and improve that voter participation rate. It's not a panacea. It doesn't solve the problem at all, but completely, but it's a tool and part of this. I mentioned earlier that there's a number of studies about the virtues, the low voter registration rights and participation, but I will point to the fact that two former Supreme Court justices, O'Connor and our New Hampshire's own Justice Souter, have made a career out of, in a good way, out of a post-bench experience of emphasizing civics education and making voter participation part of that. So I think we would be in good company to sort of embrace that and they've placed more specifically schools as a place where that can occur. So I think we'd be in good company following some of their recommendations. The bill is intentionally open in its language in terms of how schools might go about this. In conversations with folks around the state, there are different approaches going on right now. It's not terribly standardized. So this allows, in my view, schools the ability to approach the problem in creative ways that our teachers and educators and administrators know better than I do. They know what works in schools and with their kids and communities, and they may come up with creative ways to approach this issue given the language that's there. And two other points I hope, maybe, and then I'll stop. As you may recall, 2 years ago, this builds on an existing framework that already exists in the RSAs. And by that, I mean, right now, students with disabilities, as part of their special education program, are afforded an opportunity where appropriate to register to vote with assistance. And so this bill extends that opportunity, if you will, to all the general regular ed student population. So it's building on something that's already in the RSAs. And talking with clerks, and I don't speak for that association, but a number of them are very supportive. Town clerks are supportive of any effort that will reduce same day registration, same day kind of chaos, if you will, a good chaos of people trying to vote, but people at the polls and that sort of thing that can go on when folks are, long lines, anything that can reduce that, in my view. I think, again, I don't speak for that association, but conversations have been looked at, and I think this will do that. Obviously, again, it's not a huge number, but it is one point to emphasize. And actually, I said 2 points, and I'll leave with one, and that's as a former fifth grade teacher way back in the day, I humbly think that this is one of those examples where we all know learning by doing is probably one of the most one way to maximize any learning enterprise, right? When we're actually doing the event or constructing the learning. This is, I think, giving an opportunity for schools to not just talk about the rights and responsibilities of a civically engaged person to vote, but also give that opportunity to them to actually begin that process and engage and have that real meaningful experience of being part of the whole process. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Page. I'll have one question first. In the last session and in previous sessions before that, we've had much discussion regarding civics. We've had much discussion regarding social studies. And we've also been told that oftentimes social studies and civics are put in the back seat of the car. Have you done any research here in regard to, we see that 16% of 18-year-olds are registered to vote. Have you done any research going back when social studies was given more emphasis, that there was more of the 18-year-old bracket that was registering to vote? Is this a trend that's going down, or did you do any historical back research?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I'll be frank in that I don't know historically what those rates have been. My hope, and to your point, your broader point about neglect in terms of civics and social studies and things like that, that obviously has been going on. I don't know. There may be someone who can testify behind me that can speak to those, the contributing factor that something like this might have to either keeping rates high or improving them, but I don't know historically. Someone may on the committee already know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Representative. I believe I heard you mention that this registration information was going on now. So if that's the case, why do we need this bill?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know that it's going on in a statewide basis. My understanding, even in some of the communities that are near me and in mine, that it's somewhat sporadic. It might be, we are in a primary season now, so there's more attention, which is a great opportunity for folks to sort of gravitate toward the idea of voting and participate. But in non-election years, in less popular election years, when we don't have the primary, it's probably not as standardized, if you will, or as across the board. So I think what this would do is ensure that every 18-year-old, when you turn 18 in high school, whether it's a primary year or not, whether you live in Exeter or wherever, you're going to have that opportunity to do that.
You have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Just following up on your last comment there. it is the requirement now that the State Board of Education provide election law information to every high school teacher to distribute to their students. So isn't part of this a duplication of what's going on already?
If you could point me to the is that in the RSAs, okay, that's okay. It adds to that in the sense that it would also provide assistance in filling it out and filing it, and it goes a little bit further than that.
No, we're going to let somebody else. Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. As a former fifth grade teacher, are you aware of the Kids Governor program in the state?
Enough to be dangerous with that knowledge. Yes.
Follow up. Are you aware that tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, there'll be 300 fifth graders in Rep Hall to watch the inauguration of a program that's been going on for quite a while? So does that not say that isn't this the idea of a creative, hands-on, by learning by doing program that you're looking for that's already actually taking effect without being mandated?
Well, I think the civics. I'm blanking on the group that I believe where the governor's program is housed, the student governor program is housed, puts that on. I think that it's certainly, the example is certainly one where, students, we have every fourth grader come, to Reps Hall, experience the State House, which is a wonderful, anybody who's been there, it's just one of my favorite things of this job. It's a great experience. So yeah, I think those are examples of where we've been able to leverage things. Respectfully, it might be slightly different in the sense that from fifth grade to when you become 18 and engage, there might be a lag in terms of the connection and sort of maybe even feeling like, okay, you have this sort of abstract notion, I guess, of the Reps Hall, and then there's the work, which is the voting and registering and things like that, which become a little bit more experiential at that age. So this might be what this bill might do is ensure that every 18-year-old has that same experience that you're describing, and make sure that it continues along the way. So it's sort of maybe it's a natural continuum of that experience of going to the 300 kids here or going to Reps Hall, and then maybe teachers would be reminded the students of when they visited Reps Hall, this is kind of where you get to decide who gets to sit here, or you get to run and that sort of thing. So I think it could be a natural extension across the board.
Thank you. Representative Belcher and then Representative Woodcock.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I may, I do have two, but I'll ask for a follow-up. Thank you for being here. So generally accepting certain disabilities, we recognize that are reasonable to accommodate. Typically, the institutions of the U.S. and of New Hampshire are set up for people to freely use, but they're not typically brought directly to the people. I think that's often seen as a form of fairness. So my question is, if we were to bring voter registration in the high schools, do you think we should also bring it to other institutions such as the National Guard, hospitals, police, fire, EMS, even to people's private homes?
So I don't necessarily think that we're bringing the clerk to the school. That's an idea that's suggested there. It's alerting students to the registration process and assisting them where it might be needed. And my understanding is that this does happen, both at the school level, but also at some of the institutions you described. I think I want to say various places where clerks in different towns, and it differs town by town, where clerks have actually been requested to go, not necessarily schools, and they go. So based on their work capacity and the decisions that they make at that level.
Thank you. If I may have brief number two. Second question. So the casting of a vote is generally considered an ultimate expression of free speech. Of course, free speech contains both the right to speak. It also contains the right to remain silent. So should we not therefore have concerns, given the fallibility of people, of government meddling in this process and the possible coercion or compulsion to this speech?
So, you make a good point that, free speech means the right to not say anything as well or not participate. That's an exercise that we protect, as we should. And I think a couple of points, at least with relation to this bill, is it's pretty clear that this isn't part of an assignment or graded. If a student wants to exercise that right to say, I'm not going to participate by registering or voting or whatever, then that has to be respected. And I think that the risk, I think this is where, if you will, for lack of a better term, the market would, if on the outside chance that someone would attempt to compel someone to register, to vote in a certain way, my belief is that the risk of that in terms of exposure is pretty high and would be pretty quickly addressed. So I think it's a low chance that if close to zero. And so I take your point. I think it's a fundamental right under our Constitution. If you want to express your vote by not voting, then that's your right. And I think I'm pretty confident in the system as it stands now in terms of schools, that if someone was to abridge that right, that it would be called out pretty quickly and someone would probably lose their job, in my view.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. How are you doing?
Hi,
Good
good
to
morning.
see you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the bill. I do have a question. Just one comment. In the past, schools I have been in have done this voluntarily on a regular basis. So my question is there anything that you're aware of, maybe the chair may be aware of, either that would preclude any public schools or charter schools, any schools in New Hampshire, from doing this now without this bill?
I don't think anything would preclude them from doing it. What sort of two things I'd say to that, if I may, and one is I think we would agree as elected officials in the importance of voting as a right. And Representative Belcher's point just talked about that, I think, in some ways. So I would think, given the elevated right that we're talking about, it probably requires, in my view, some standardization, some ability, so that it's not in the ad hoc. I mean, I know in the high school in my town, this year they're talking about doing it only because of the primary. And so some 18-year-old who left last year didn't have it. And that, in my view, is fundamentally unfair, whether it's in Exeter or Conway or wherever. So no, and I think this is one of those things there's nothing prohibiting a school from offering quilting. But there's a difference between quilting and voting, in my view, in terms of what we want to emphasize. So I think we'd want to make sure that we could spread the wealth, I guess. Yeah.
What, man? Sure.
Quickly.
Okay, just to be clear, and following up Representative Belcher's point, this bill did not require, as I read it, not require students to register. All this bill does is promulgate policy in the school to opportunity to do that. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. And yes, that's exactly right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hall, thank you. You have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm just curious, do we know what percentage of seniors are 18 by the time they graduate? I'm thinking, if you do this in the fall, there are not many
Yeah.
18-year-olds.
Yeah,
at that point.
that's a good question. I know my senior it won't be 18 till June, and so but you can register to vote when you're going to turn 18 on the next election. My suspicion is that's something that at the school level they'll have a good hand of the timing of it, and if someone runs one in the fall, they may say, well, we had 6, but we've got 80 that could be in June. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know the exact number, to be blunt about that. But I take your point. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. More of a clarification in the language in the bill. This, I presume, is intended also for charter schools.
Yes, the civics. Yes, exactly. Yeah,
So I would just recommend on line 3 that be clarified. Because a charter is not necessarily a district and not necessarily private.
Now I don't have the.
Yep.
It's in the language. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. Yeah.
Yep, that's a good point. Any further questions? We have 5 other people wanting to speak here. Yes, Representative Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On line 8 of the bill, it says providing access to and assistance with filing registration applications. Can you give me an example of what that would look like in the classroom?
I think it could be on the this bill provides, to I think Representative Woodcock's point, provides a floor, not a ceiling. So I think assistance could be, this is the form, you put in your name, your address, whatever the information is. Your town clerk is open on Tuesdays 2 to 6, where if someone have different hours, you would want to. That's when you'll have to file it. That could be the sort of the bottom of it. But I would leave that up to the educators in the building to sort of figure out what the best they know. I don't.
Yes.
And when they get to the section where you need to fill in what your party is, how are we going to direct the students in that way?
I think there are pretty good guidelines about teachers. That there isn't. First of all, there isn't. That would go into the territory that would be prohibited. And I think that's part of. I think teachers are pretty cautious about their political views, and if that's the question, I don't see that playing a role.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Page, and
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
appreciate your coming.
Thank you.
I'm going to limit it to about 2 minutes for the people coming forward to speak, and I'd like to invite Janet Ward from the League of Women Voters, New Hampshire. That's Janet's card.
Good morning. Thank you for having me speak before you. You have before you a bill that is eminently sensible and appropriate, given that we are citizens of a representative democracy. House Bill 1014 concretely states that each school district and private high school shall adopt policies to promote student voter registration. The bill suggests ways that such promotion of student voter registration might be accomplished, requiring only that students be informed of state requirements for voter registration, and that each school shall provide access to and assistance with registration applications. The sponsors of this bill wisely recognize that though there may be many school districts which adequately promote student voter registration, there may be districts which do not. Rather than leave such a critical civic responsibility to chance, House Bill 1014 provides clear direction to all school districts and private high schools. This bill recognizes, as Thomas Jefferson did, that democracies must educate young citizens to understand what a democracy is and what role they must actively play in it if our democracy is to survive. Indeed, last year the legislature passed Senate Bill 216, which calls for an increase in time spent on civics education. House Bill 1014 provides an ideal opportunity to transform lessons in history and government into active citizen engagement. Simply put, 1014 concretizes the words of Doris Haddock, or Granny D as she was widely known. She said, democracy is not something we have, but something we do. Young citizens must be educated to appreciate this truth. House Bill 1014 is a way of protecting the bedrock of our democracy, our right to vote. I urge you to support this bill.
Thank you. Right on the money. Any questions for Mrs. Ward? Yes, Representative Tanner. Yep.
Your phone went off. Thank you, and thank you for coming and testifying today. I was wondering if you could give us just a short description of the League of Women Voters and what they do.
The League of Women Voters was founded to encourage everyone, women in particular at its founding, but now it encourages everyone to exercise their right to vote. And they are particularly interested, of course, in young citizens. And so that is why, among the other things they do, the League supports public schools and the inculcation in the young citizens of our nation to appreciate what a democracy is and what it requires of them.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
You're a nonpartisan group, is that true?
Absolutely nonpartisan.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Representative Tim Horrigan.
Well, thank you much, Mr. Chair. I'm resident Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham, which is the home of the University of New Hampshire. There's the main reason why this bill is good is, well, it underlines the importance of voting, regardless of whether you call yourselves a democracy or a constitutional republic. Regardless of which word you use, it's the citizen, the government, is, the citizens, the people. So, there was a question about the government compelling speech, and I understood the concern, but the government is not really a force that's separate from the people. But so I think this encourages young people to vote. 18, when you're 18 years old, that's when a lot of your lifetime habits are formed. So if you register to vote, you'll get in the habit of voting, and you'll continue voting till you're old as me, or even older, as some members of the committee maybe, although I find that hard to believe. So I think this is a very, very simple bill. The schools should already be doing it. And the comment about the chartered public schools, that's a common problem with these education bills. So that's probably a simple amendment. With the private high schools, there may be some religious groups who operate private high schools who don't believe in voting, but I don't know how many of them there are here in New Hampshire. So probably we should leave that alone for now. And if it's an issue, it'll be if worst comes to worst, we can pass the bill and somebody can challenge it, and probably they would have the right not to register their students on religious grounds. So I think this is a good bill, and you should put it to charter schools and pass it. And so I look forward to voting for it on the floor. Hopefully at the next session day. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the representative?
No.
Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Olivia Zink, Open Democracy. Yes.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. My name is Olivia Zink. I'm a voter in Franklin, New Hampshire, and the executive director of Open Democracy. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit that represents about 36,000 voters. I'm submitting testimony in favor of this bill. I think it's very important that school districts give students education about registering to vote. You'll see that I'm passing around this report that was done by the Civic Center that show 15.6% of 18-year-olds in New Hampshire are registered to vote. When you look at the school districts on the left-hand column that have higher percentages, it's because Bedford, supervisor of the checklist, goes to the high school and registers folks to vote. The Keene clerk goes to the high school and registers. So in the communities that are higher than that, Concord did a drive. I know that the Hopkinton supervisor of the checklist will go to the high school if requested and register students to vote. To other questions that have come up, town clerks and supervisors of the checklist go to nursing homes, go to other places to register to vote. But right now there's about a dozen high schools across the state that are registering, that do this kind of work. And I think it's important that all students across the state have the opportunity to know how to fill out their applications to register to vote. And I know there was a question raised earlier. In that box, you can put Republican, Democrat, or undeclared. Those are the three choices of what parties you can put in the box. And many times supervisors of the checklist or town clerks do tell people those are the three things that you can put in those in the box about which parties to register. I know Winnicott had a voter registration drive. Former State Senator Nancy Stiles is the supervisor's checklist, and the majority of the students registered as undeclared. So that was a conversation, and students registered undeclared, or they can pick a party if they choose to. So I think that's a simple instruction. I also have testimony from former Representative Bob Perry, who was unable to be here, but I passed that around. So if you have questions, you can read his testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Peternell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. You mentioned several schools that already do this, so I'm kind of concerned why we need this legislation if there's nothing in current state law that would prevent a supervisor of the checklist from going into the school and registering students to vote.
I will say that this happens in New Hampshire based on a student's interest. So in Laconia 3 years ago, Ella, a student, wanted to run a voter registration drive. The Laconia High School had one 3 years ago, but haven't had one since. In Portsmouth, the junior class sponsors the drive for the senior class. It was really done by a parent of a senior who wanted this to happen. So it's done community by community in a very localized way based on, it really takes students who want to educate other students about how to register to vote, teachers willing to partner, school districts, and supervisors of the checklist or town clerks. And there is no uniform it's not happening state by state. So it is, in my opinion, all New Hampshire students should have the ability to learn how to register to vote. And it shouldn't just be based on the energy in one school or another. That there should be, this legislation is needed to promote uniform policies.
Do we need an RSA to promote that policy, or could that be done through an organization such as yours going into the schools to work with the classroom teachers, the civics teachers, the social studies teachers in order to create that sort of momentum? Does it have to come through state law?
I will say our organization has worked on this for 3 years, and we have only had a dozen school districts. So there could be organizations like Open Democracy and Civic Center and other organizations that promote this. But I think that is just, if we had something that required all school districts to adopt a policy, I think that would actually help promote this instead of just school district by school district, so that the Bedford School District has it and some other school districts have it, but the kids in Peterborough and Conval District aren't able to register to vote because they don't have a supervisor of the checklist coming to their school or doing other things. And I think, the charter school in Derry came to the town, they did a field trip to the town clerk 2 years ago. And then the town clerk said, oh, maybe we should go to the charter school next year instead of having 40 students show up in our lobby. And I think sort of figuring out what that means. I live in the city of Franklin. The high school is walking distance to the town clerk's office. So they do a walking field trip to the town clerk's office. So I think it can happen differently in different school districts, but I think there should be some incentive for all school districts to be participating so that all high school kids have this opportunity to learn how to register to vote.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Good morning. Anyhow, looking at your statistics on your blue sheet, you don't have to look at them. Do you have any, can you give us a guesstimation or something close to a guesstimation of what it is nationally? The percentage of registration for 18-year-olds? I didn't see it in stats.
26% nationwide of 18-year-olds are registered to vote, according to the Civic Center data. It's a different report, but I do have
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So we are lower in New Hampshire than other states.
Good. Thank you.
Are there further questions? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much, Olivia, for taking my question. I was wondering if you could talk with us a little bit about obstacles that students might face in order to successfully, register to vote.
I think, well, first of all, students have to produce their original birth certificate, their something that proves citizenship, so that could be their original birth certificate, a driver's license. They have to prove identity age, citizenship, and domicile. And many students may not have utility bills in their own name. They might have a cell phone in their own name with their address, so that could be used. Or, they might have a car registration. We are seeing the number of 18-year-olds that have driver's license reduced nationwide. 20 years ago, the majority of 18-year-olds had driver's license, and you're seeing that number closer to 60%, according to the automatic, I forget which, it's the AAA, the automatic, I forget I can find that statistic
American
and send it.
Automobiles Association.
Thank you, that association. But I do think that if they don't have those documents, they can sign an affidavit, but many students will not know that. And also many students don't realize that they can register to vote if they're 17 and they'll turn 18 before the next election. And so if I recommend students do drives in June, because you have the majority of seniors that have drives that are 18 in June. But then by June, most of them will be 18 by the next election. So I think that we call it cap, gown, and ballot project. So when students are picking up their cap and gown, it's a great time to invite those high school students to also invite the town clerk or have a supervisor checklist there to fill out those forms.
Very quick follow-up. Thank you. And I was actually really trying to get at, and thanks for that answer. I think that brings a lot with it. But really looking at underserved populations that may have challenges with transportation and things like that, and how this may help to overcome some of those structural obstacles that certain students might have to participating in democracy.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I do think having this information available at school, it gives a foundation. Only 60% of New Hampshire kids go on to college. So if they're getting information about how to register to vote at college, you're missing 40% of that population. But I also think there is sort of social and economic situations where some families might have those documents ready for their 18-year-olds, and some families may have had a house fire or some other way where those documents aren't readily available. And I think equalizing that is an important thing. Having transportation to go to the town clerk's office in many communities, they're only open, especially in the North Country, they're only open, a few hours a week and sort of not standardized hours. So I think it was interesting when we looked at the Kennett School District in Conway, the hours of the supervisors of the checklist of those 9 regional school districts, and there isn't much availability for students to get there during the hours of the town clerk. I mean, they can go on election day, so that does provide us an additional opportunity for those students that want to do same-day registration.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Catherine Langle.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Ladd and distinguished members of the House Education Committee. My name is Catherine Langell, and I'm a 20-year-old voter in Concord, New Hampshire. I'm submitting testimony in support of House Bill 1014. This describes, well, y'all know what it describes. In our current political climate, discussions regarding young people's inclination to participate in governmental processes or the lack thereof are finally being heard. This topic has gone nationwide, influencing campaign decisions of candidates for president of the United States, and young voters have historically been underrepresented in elections, often due to a lack of knowledge surrounding the process of registering to vote. It has been seen that young voters, when they use their voice, can make significant changes in the outcome of an election. I actually just read a report of research that marked New Hampshire as one of the states to watch in the presidential primary because of young voters. So in my testimony, I discussed the same RSA that the representative who sponsored the bill, I'm blanking on their name, brought up, where Section 504 plans and individualized education plans are required to include discussion on, quote, voter registration as an appropriate community living citizenship training goal or competency to be included in their plan, and if appropriate, when and how voter registration should be accomplished. This discussion is vital for students who may be facing a disability or barrier to accessing resources, as was mentioned. And the concepts described in this competency are completely transferable to general education classrooms. And this would allow for all students to gain understanding of real-world concepts that are applicable after graduation. I graduated Concord High School in 2022 and then went to participate in the midterm elections that following November. But that's only because I registered to vote and I had the opportunity to do my own research on how to. In fact, I brought more documentation than I needed into the town clerk's office. I had no idea what I was doing. As a young voter myself, this bill and the impact it could have on civics education and youth participation in government really stands out to me. Yeah, I mean, students are required to, by law, to spend a significant amount of time. I said 7 hours, 5 days a week. If that's not correct, please correct me, in school, and aiding them in the process of becoming an active member of their community seems like a very valuable way to spend that time. I now attend St. Anselm College, which is one of the most prolific centers of community engagement in the state, and not even everyone there is registered to vote. So.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Are there any questions for Catherine? Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming to testify. There are other elections besides national elections and state elections. Have you figured into it, participating in town governments as well as national elections?
Absolutely, and I feel like that's an important conversation to have as well in civics education classrooms. The biggest thing that I got from this bill was that civics education and community engagement in theory is significantly different from civics education and civic engagement in practice. Taking the information that you learn in the classroom about municipal elections, state elections, and presidential elections, and actually going out and participating in them, there's a clear gap or lag, as was mentioned. I toured the State House and I toured the State House and all of the chambers when I was in like 4th or 5th grade. I remember that. But then when I got to high school, not a single person was talking about that anymore because it was in elementary school. So that lag and that disconnect between theory and practice is clear. And I feel like this bill would standardize that in policy.
Thank you very much, Representative Perrinel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. You are clearly well ahead of the curve for somebody your age when it comes to civic engagement. How did you become aware of this bill?
So I actually became aware of this bill because I'm looking into, I want to create my career surrounding civic education and working in a school, ideally combining psychology, education, and public policy together, which is what my degree will be in. So understanding this bill and paying attention to what's going on is very important to me. I also had the opportunity of teaching high schoolers as a teacher, essentially, at my college in an after-school program for them. And I taught college admissions, so I spoke with a lot of high school seniors about registering to vote. And this conversation, I feel like, could only be amplified.
Thank you very much. Yep, Representative Perrinel, follow up.
I'm sorry, you didn't quite answer my question. Are you following legislation that pertains to civics? Is that how you found it? I'm just curious.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Catherine.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure a lot of elementary kids would love to have you for their teacher.
I'd love to come talk to them.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker is Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill and vigorously support it. One of the reasons I ran for state rep was to do whatever I could to help young people be more engaged in our government processes and appreciate the impact of government on them. I am mentoring a Sunapee High School senior inter-senior project, Jenna Karen, who very unfortunately was not able to be here today. Her project is on voter engagement in local elections. So the question a moment ago about local mattering as well as state and federal is on some people's radar. There are 5 high schools in the 9-town district that I represent. And because 2 of those high schools are cooperative schools, they educate students from 16 towns. I polled them. None of those high schools provide voter registration information by default to students. It is, as was referenced, I think, by Olivia Zink, contingent on a motivated person who decides to do that in a given year. It's not a routine. I think it is an essential piece of our democracy that we help students readily understand how they can register to vote and make it convenient for them to do so. I'd like to address the question from Representative Noble about the party indication on the voter registration. I will bring forward an amendment to this bill in committee to specify in line 8, where it says providing access to and assistance with filing registration applications, to specifically say without any influence on party affiliation, so that there's no uncertainty about that being inappropriate to do. I thank you all for your consideration, and I really hope that we can find our bipartisan voices, because all voters matter and all students should be able to be voters. Thank you.
Pretty good timing there. Yeah, obviously you don't want any questions. We can do it during exec session as well. Are there any questions for the representative? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that testimony. One thing I wanted to look at is the latter part of this bill, which it does say that it can't be utilized as a class requirement. However, it seems to me that there's a lot of other potential carrots and sticks that are not directly addressed in this bill, even things like sports participation. So how can we be sure that schools won't actually look to any of those other items that are not specifically listed in this bill as a way to compel or coerce students toward registration?
Thank you for the question. I don't have a process for how you would itemize every imaginable thing that in some people's minds could happen, but I don't perceive that as a risk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. When you mention AAA, a lot of us are thinking AARP. Not all of us. Okay, so this concludes the hearing for 1014, and we're ready to go into now the hearing for 1048. This is a bill relative to the Commission on Holocaust and Genocide Education. Oh, Bob.
Oh, you know it's after 50, right?
48?
You know it's after 50, right?
Okay, so
Thank you.
as the prime sponsor of this bill, we welcome you, Representative Wolf.
I should turn that on. I'm here on a relatively simple request.
Did you give us a card?
House Bill 1048 is for the date of the final report of the Commission on Holocaust and Genocide Education to be extended until November 1st, 2027. The report is due in November of this year. The bill simply changes the date at the end of section 193-E2F to November 1, 2027. The reason for this extension was that even though the bill was effective on July 23rd, 2020, it was not operational until nearly 2 years later, June 9th of 2022. The commission was not organized and did not complete drafting operating criteria to send to the Board of Education until January 22nd of 21. The DOE did not approve the rules until April 14th of 2022. JELCAR approved the rules a month later in May of 22, and the rules became effective in June of 2022. The Commission believes that at least 4 years of academic studies is needed for the implementation of the bill to make sure that the bill is achieving the intended results, as was provided for in the original legislation. This bill provides for 4 academic years before the final report is due. This legislation will restore the original intent of the bill. I'm going to ask, following me, is Superintendent Brian Balke, who is chairman of a committee, who can answer a lot of questions on the various committees that have been organized and what has been done to date on this. Also, I asked, have you gotten the written report, comments from Senator Cindy Rosenwald?
No.
I think they were emailed in. I will check and make sure they do get emailed. And I'm here to answer any questions that you want, and I'd ask Superintendent Balke to come and join me.
Are there any questions of Representative Wolf? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask, as far as your work to date goes and what you're looking at, as far as, can you provide a list of what historical genocide events you're currently looking at recommending be covered?
I certainly can, but I think Brian Balke would do a much more thorough job, so.
That's fair enough.
If he can follow up. Brian, you want to come up?
Well, hold on a second,
Okay.
hold on. I'll get the order of who comes forward first.
Okay. My apologies.
Are there any questions, Representative Wolf? Tradition is in the House here that if we have representatives here at the beginning and waiting, we try to get them out of here. So I'd like to call forward Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Wolf, we also need a pink card from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. Representative Wolf really said virtually everything that I would say, and much better than I would say it, I'm sure. I would just say that I strongly support the extension. It seems to me that the pandemic, really did have a delaying effect on this legislation. It's very important. I think getting the commission to be able to review the results of the evaluation done by the Education Department when they've completed that, and having some time to see how this is working is very important. And so I urge you to pass this to vote favorably to pass this legislation. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Representative Lynn? I do have one for you. Given the nature of what's going on in today's society with the issues we've seen on various college campuses and throughout the country, dealing with Semitic issues, with the Holocaust and et cetera, is that a good rationale for us to really pursue this for another few years?
Sure. No, I mean, I think it on the merits of it, even if we didn't have what was going on now, it would be a good, that would in itself would be a good reason to extend it. But particularly given what we've seen going on around the country, and what effect, we've seen this mostly, this kind of behavior on college campuses, but I can't help but believe that it's got that is going to have some influence on what's happening at the lower lower grades in the educational system. And so it would seem to me that it would be important for the evaluation to have some additional time to see, what effect the recent events have had, which are, I mean, if somebody had said to me, 6 months ago that we would see the kind of behavior, anti-Semitic behavior, public anti-Semitic behavior. I mean, anti-Semitism has always existed, but at least in the not too distant past, it was not the kind of open thing that we're seeing now. But if somebody had said to me, and I suspect all of you would have the same view, if somebody had said to any of us 6 months ago that we would see the kind of public anti-Semitic behavior that we've seen on our nation's supposedly finest colleges, I think we'd say you're crazy. That's just ridiculous. But look what we've seen.
It's sad. Further questions, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Representative, for being here. I just wanted to follow up on a comment you made and also that Representative Wolf made. I see in the charge to the commission that it should monitor implementation, but there was indication that there was a requirement to make sure that the desired results are being provided. I'm not sure what those desired results are and who is going to be determining whether the results are being provided that are desired.
I guess I'm going to have to say that I have not at all, I'm not on the commission, and I have not at all been involved in the details of that. I believe that Representative Wolf made reference to another witness,
Brian Belke,
Mr. Belke, who will have that information. So I would have to defer to him.
Yeah. Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Brian Balke.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Brian Balke. I'm the superintendent of schools in Goffstown and New Boston, representing SAU 19. And I also have the privilege of serving on the commission as a representative of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. As Representative Wolf shared, our request is simply to extend the date. At this point, we feel like there's been a delay in this work moving forward. And when the commission first started, we essentially broke our work into three categories. The first was policy, the second was best practices, and the third was implementation. The policy work that we did is we helped draft rules that went to the State Board of Education and then ultimately on to JALCAR. That work is essentially done. The rules have been passed, it's implemented. That part of the commission's work is completed. The best practices work I do see as ongoing. I think that this is something that we will continue to need to provide resources for teachers and schools. But the third part, I think, is really the focus of the commission extension. The implementation piece, there simply hasn't been enough time to know whether the rules are being followed, whether school districts need additional supports and resources, and that's essentially what we're here asking this morning. So the Department of Education is doing a survey right now that all school principals have to complete. It's called the Input-Based Accountability System, or IBAS, as the department calls it. In that survey, all schools have to report out on whether they're meeting the requirements of Holocaust and genocide education as it's required at the middle school and high school levels. We haven't collected that data yet. Those reports aren't due until next week. I think it makes good sense to wait and see. Let's see whether schools have implemented this as they're supposed to. And I think more importantly, and really this is the focus that I want to focus on, how do we help teachers? Teaching about the Holocaust or other genocides is pretty tricky. It's complicated, and we want to make sure that we're supporting the field and giving resources and supports to teachers. Representative Belcher asked specifically about some of the content. I would refer you to Keene State College has has a Cohen Center that is focused. The Cohen Center is focused on Holocaust and genocide education, and they've developed a website that has a number of resources and supports that ranges from recommended books to lesson plans that teachers can follow, different resources that teachers can use as they do this work. I'll stop there and be brief and ask if there are any questions, but that's essentially the nature of this bill.
Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming to our committee. In the statute, it said that an annual report was to be submitted starting November 1st of 21 and every year thereafter. Did you do anything in 21, 22, or 23?
Yeah, the reports have been, I think it's every other year. The last report that was submitted was done so by Senator Khan when he was the chair of the commission. I think that was the last one that we submitted.
Okay, follow. Yeah, it does say every year thereafter. Do you know what year that was?
I believe that was either last year or it might have been the year before.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Superintendent. My question is about the curriculum and the teaching materials. And you mentioned that you're collecting data on how many schools are implementing. My question is there going to be a recommended curriculum for schools, or are they allowed to just pool their resources from wherever they find them to be able to?
Yeah, the commission has not endorsed any particular curriculum or curricula, plural. There have been a number of resources through the Cohen Center, but I think at this point we want to continue to provide resources to teachers, but certainly not sanctioning any particular curriculum.
And a follow-up to that, I've worked with several students from the Cohen Center over at Keene. Is there a person there that's a contact for?
Tom White.
Pardon me?
Mr. Tom White.
Tom White.
I'm not entirely sure what his exact title is. I think it might be the education coordinator, but Tom White also serves on the commission, and he is an incredible resource. He does professional development around the state for teachers currently.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, yeah, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this one quick. I haven't had a lot of time to look through. I was looking through the Cohen website. What I see is the two specific incidents they're bringing up for genocide are, of course, the Holocaust and also the current situation in Ukraine. Of course, the Holocaust being a product of fascism and ideas generally being what give rise to these genocide movements. Nobody would doubt that the Holocaust education is necessary and good. But I haven't historically seen a lot of emphasis on another ideology, specifically communism and the atrocities that it was responsible for. Is there any intent to recommend certain genocidal events such as Mao or Pol Pot or any of the others?
Yeah, so certainly school districts would be permissible to focus on any particular genocide that they'd like to, right? So in addition, there are things happening right now around the world in Sudan, in Darfur. Look at what's happening in Myanmar. There are a number of other really good current examples, and they certainly would kind of fall within different constructs of government. So the commission is not saying this genocide is more important than another genocide in any way historically. It's just saying that we need to teach people about the importance of knowing what these genocides have been historically and hopefully prevent them moving forward, particularly given that they're still happening in this day and age.
Yes, Representative Peternell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. If my memory serves correctly, the last statistic that I've heard was 65 million. 65 million preborn children have been killed by abortion in our country since 1973. Has there been any conversation during the commission meetings regarding instruction in this ongoing genocide in our own country that predominantly targets the African American community?
I don't recall.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Reverend Harmon, New Hampshire Council of Churches.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good morning, honorable representatives. My name is Reverend Zachary Harmon. I live at 9 Spring Street in Goffstown, New Hampshire. I'm an Episcopal priest serving at St. Christopher's in Hampstead, New Hampshire. And I'm also on the Holocaust and Genocide Education Commission as the representative for the New Hampshire Council of Churches. I'm here to speak in support of HB 1048, extending the work of the Holocaust and Genocide Education Commission. I feel that the importance of this work cannot be overstressed. While it might seem like the horrors of the Holocaust could never be forgotten, I've heard from educators and community members about concerning incidents of anti-Semitism and even Holocaust denial at times. If the Holocaust is forgotten, minimized, or misremembered, I believe this opens the door for further rises in anti-Semitism and dehumanization of people by their nationality, ethnicity, or religion. If we do not study the Holocaust or genocide, then we as a society can lose track of the dangers of hate. In my experience as a priest, I also know that there are other important genocides to consider and which should not be forgotten. My parish ministry connects me at times with the Armenian American community here in New Hampshire. And many Armenians came to New England in desperation to escape the horrors of the Armenian genocide. In the education rules, there is also now a helpful list of genocides and mass atrocities from which educators can draw. From learning about the Holocaust and genocide, students are equipped to be thoughtful citizens. It is hoped that this knowledge about the dangers of hate and the history of genocide will help prevent genocide in the future. And perhaps the most relevant question here in regards to HB 1048, though, would be why continue this work all the way to 2027 for the Commission? And the simple answer is that due to delays caused by COVID, Holocaust and genocide education has only just begun to be implemented in the state a little over a year ago. While the Commission was put together and has put together some good and helpful guidelines, and while the Cohen Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies has been very helpful in providing resources for educators, more time is needed to track implementation and to help meet the needs of school administrators and educators as they begin teaching this subject. I would also note that time is of the essence as the number of Holocaust survivors becomes fewer and fewer as the years pass. It is important that we begin implementing this effectively sooner rather than later. For all these reasons, I hope you will support passing HB 1048. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the Reverend? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. Are you planning, if we extend this till 2027, is there a plan to do any annual reports in the interim?
We certainly plan to continue in reporting, regularly, and I would think annually would make sense.
And follow up? Yeah, because I know Representative Belcher would want to ask that, but he's not here. The list you talked about of events to draw from, where is that?
That's Education Rules 306.49.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Further questions, Representative Paterno?
I'm just confused. I'm actually pretty old. And I certainly remember learning about the Holocaust when I was a child. Probably read the Diary of Anne Frank multiple times. Is there a period in the history of education in the state of New Hampshire where we haven't been teaching any of these topics?
So, what we're looking for is to have something organized that ensures that students are taught effectively, because, with social media and things that are out there for students to draw from, it's important to have a stable voice that can point to the history and not have people, confused. For instance, I grew up in Alaska, and I have, friends that are teachers in Alaska. And, I hear students from some of my friends that are teachers talking about kids that are telling them that the Holocaust never happened. And so, it is, and if it can happen all the way out in rural Alaska, it can certainly happen here in New Hampshire as well. I think it's important. There's probably been some consistency of teaching. I would imagine it's been brought up around World War II or other school discussions. But what we're looking for is to have consistency given the rises that we've seen in anti-Semitism and incidents, and trying to provide good education for students.
Just a little follow-up on that. I lived in Alaska as an educator for 25 years. In Homer, it's part of the curriculum. So it's, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the anti-Semitic incidents that have been happening that Representative Lynn and you both mentioned. I was just reading this weekend. It's not just anti-Semitism. Christians are also. Nigeria, there were 100 Christians executed on Christmas Day, and over 45,000 over the past decade, as I recall.
A question?
Would you believe?
I would like not to believe, but we hear stories that And
Are there further questions? Thank you very much. I have no other cards for this bill. So with that, we'll close hearing. Thank you. We'll take a break and we'll pick the next one up in about 5 minutes at 11:15.
Welcome back. We have one more bill to deal with before our lunch break. I think everyone's back in the room. This is House Bill 1163 relative to review of public school minimum standards by the Legislative Oversight Commission. And I call on Chairman Ladd to introduce the bill.
Well, thank you very much, Representative Cordelli and members of the committee. I'm here today to introduce 1163. This is a bill that deals with the minimum standards for public school approval and the relationship of those standards with the Legislative Oversight Committee. In the system we have for oversight, which is in 198:C18, the state has authority currently to establish the minimum standards for public school approval and the academic standards for delivery of educational services. So the state board has that authority, and currently the Oversight Commission committee has approval for oversight and consideration of the academic standards. So what this bill does, it puts the oversight in the position of being now responsible for oversight of both the minimum standards for public school approval and the academic standards for the delivery of educational services. And I passed out a paper to you there, and I'll start off right there in the second paragraph. Throughout the previous year, the State Board of Education has engaged in a process to update and revise ED 306. The minimum standards for public school approval. This bill expands Legislative Oversight Committee responsibility to allow review and make recommendations related to those standards, those school approval standards. The Oversight Committee currently has responsibility for review and consideration only of the academic standards. Now, when we were looking at the 306 rules that came to us, the proposed, the draft copy initially, you can recall that there are certain areas within the sections within ED 306 which dealt specifically with subjects or the criteria for a substantive education as identified in 193E2A. Those are the areas which we have in an adequate education. In 306, we also have rules for those sections of law. We have it for sections of art, English, health and wellness, physical education, technologies, mathematics, science, social studies, world languages, etc. The ability of the state board to change anything in 306 is not allowed. We've been told that by folks from the department when they came here to testify. You remember Nate Green came forward and said, we've made recommendations to change 306 in all these other areas, but we have not touched the 306. That was a result of the language which is in statutory law right now, which once these have been set for these subject areas, they can't be changed without statutory authority of the general court. And that's something that Representative Myler has spoken to often. So what this does then, if we're going to have the minimum standards for public school approval approved by the state board and gone through JALCAR and that, there has to be oversight from this committee, from the Legislative Oversight Committee, due to the fact that we are responsible for anything that occurs with a substantive criteria for an adequate education. So what this bill does, it puts in that responsibility, same as we have for academic standards. Now, when you're looking at these academic standards or the minimum standards, you oftentimes you're told, go look at the frameworks. And we'll deal with that in the next bill later on here today, right after lunch. These two bills are related to each other. And so I'll conclude this part of the testimony stating that it's important that there be more oversight coming from the general court regarding rules and 306. 306 covers just about everything we do in education from in the school's perspective. And it's important that we make sure that nothing's changed in the area of that substantive criteria without oversight from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative.
Take any questions.
Chair. Thank you, Representative Ladd. Just procedural information for me. Rick, what is the Oversight Committee's ability to do, impact anything? I see review and recommend. Can you give me that handle?
That's the response. It's review and make recommendations. You can't go much further than that because we can't implement a pocket veto. We can't state this statutory language, tell them to do something, then come back and reconsider it through, a committee or a commission.
Okay.
So, but we can make recommendations that you're not following what we have established, or you're making changes without, if you look at 193E, it's specifically stated that nothing can be done to these areas of law right now, these subject areas, without general court approval. That's right there in that same section, 193E:3. I believe it's :3. I may be wrong with that, but.
Mr. Chair, may I just follow up?
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. So from that then, if the committee I just don't understand it. So if the committee finds or make a recommendation, to who does that go to?
It goes back to the state board.
State board?
Yes. Yes, it's just like with the academic standards we currently have. They can't change academic standards without the oversight committee looking at, reviewing it, and making recommendation
Okay.
to the state board.
And there's no
They could, in fact, go forward with it if they wanted.
Okay. All right.
But it'd be so documented that we were not in concurrence.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Further questions? I have one, Representative Ladd, maybe you want to touch on, I think that there's new procedure in place for policy committee review of rules also, generally.
Yes, you know how rules are put together by the State Board of Education in our regard right here, by any bureau, agency, et cetera, does the same thing. Those rules go to hearing and go through the process just like we do hearings here. They come back to the state board but they have to also pass their rule proposals, those draft rules, to JLCAR, the Joint Legislative Committee Administrative Rules, which then looks at that, and their responsibility, and the committee that we now have, is to, when they bring that forward, any changes must now go to the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules committee that we have to ensure that the intent of the law, that they're putting together rules that parallel what we have in law. It's, for example, remember, some of you may, when we would put together that we were requiring 4 years of mathematics instruction in high schools. 3 years are required credits, but the 4th year is one where it's embedded in a course which is approved by a local school board. When they make the rules, they would then have to make sure that the language which we have in statute is also reflective in rules. They did that. Many times, though, when we write legislation, we don't write it specifically, and we leave a lot of room for the state board to make rules of how to implement that. So that's the time that it has to come back to us and say, is that being implemented paralleling the intent and what we see as the rationale for that particular law that we put in place? That's important that we now have that option. We have these rules, 306, will have to come back to that committee you're talking about that we set up this year between the ranking leader in the House and the Speaker, sat down and said, yes, we're going to have this committee. JLCAR was getting so much coming to them that the representatives on JLCAR may have come from Ways and Means or may have come from Ag or another committee. They didn't know what was going on in education. So things were slipping through into rules which maybe shouldn't have.
Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you inform us about the current timeline for the review of the minimum standards and the specifics of where that process is at, please?
I don't work for the department nor the State Board of Education. However, we have been told that they did all the hearings, and there's rumor at one point in time that they were going to adopt those rules in November. They did not. We were informed that by Mr. Green when he came here to the committee. I do not know the specific date in which they're going to be doing that. Those rules will come forward, but I'm sure that if we have Ms. Fenton's here behind me, I think. Yeah, she's here, and she'll get elevated to colonel if she can give us the answer to that later on.
Yes, Representative Luna.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for bringing this one forward, Representative Ladd. Would it be fair to sort of call this bill a housekeeping bill, as it already says, as you pointed out in 193 E2A, that the state board shall not amend any existing academic standards and shall not approve any new academic standards without the prior review and recommendation of the Legislative Oversight Committee established in 193 C8A, which is the section of law that this amends. So it basically is just clarifying that the state board can't approve any rules or any changes to the standards unless the Legislative Oversight Committee reviews and approves those, reviews and recommends those standards, and that the charge of the Legislative Oversight Committee includes the approval and recommendation of such standards.
You're 80% of the way there.
This isn't change. What I'm asking.
No, it's not.
It's not changing the requirement that the Oversight Committee review and recommend proposed changes.
When you and I and others put together the bill where we rewrote the Oversight Committee,
right,
we included academic standards, which had been in the statute prior to that. We never touched upon the area of minimum standards, the standards which we go out to approve schools, which goes everything from the gamut of, professional development and maintenance, custodian, all that. It has everything to do with a school. We're talking about a specific component here within the minimum standards of public school approval, which contains possibly academic standards. And that's why it's important that we have the Oversight Committee looking at both of these issues. The academic standards, which we'll speak to at 12:45, ask somebody where those academic standards are located right now, and you may have a problem finding them. Some are in the frameworks, the old frameworks. Some are separate standards which have been approved, like the new Gen Ed standards for science, specifically in the online. So we got to get that part clarified. But this part right here, I think it's extremely, and I think it is more of it's a technical cleanup that we need to do. We've had some problems when we were looking at 306 initially, saying, is this part of our responsibility or not part of our responsibility? And we were also looking at that adequacy statute, which said, yeah, it is part of our responsibility. So what we're trying to replicate through this process here with the Oversight Committee, I believe is in parallel to what we are required to do in statute right now.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Christine Downing. And I was wondering if maybe you could cut down the length of time that you requested a little bit? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm Christine Downing. I reside at 42 Brickyard Road, Goshen, New Hampshire. For the past 15 months, I volunteered to make sure the voice of educators have been considered in the current 306 review process. I have battled to make sure transparency and stakeholders representing all facets of public schools are part of this process. When my single voice wasn't enough, I sought the power of the press to make this important work public. No one citizen should who happens to have 30 years of educational experience should have to go through these steps to engage in something that is very foundation to what defines our public schools. I applaud Representative Ladd and others for this bill. I'm encouraged by the bipartisan support for this bill. I see it as a first step in making any review of the minimum standards for public school approval as transparent and open to stakeholders as possible, starting from day one throughout the entire process. As RSA 193E-1 Section 2 states, an adequate education should be provided through an integrated system of shared responsibility between state and local government. Through much of the current review process, this work has been done in a very closed-door and non-inclusive manner, thus leading to much speculation regarding proposed changes. The review process and decisions relative to what changes are put forth should not rest in the hands of a single person. The review process should be accessible to the public and inclusive of stakeholders that represent our public schools. While I support this first step, I would encourage this committee to consider amendments to this bill that would include the establishment of a minimum standards for public school commission. This type of commission would parallel, and I want to note before I say this, I had no idea that the bill on genocide and Holocaust education was coming before me. But this type of commission would parallel the same purpose and structure that was inserted in RSA 193E2-F relative to Holocaust and genocide education. When I conducted educator review sessions on the March 9th, 2023 draft of the 306 rules, the limited positive feedback I received from educators was related to Section 306-49 of the rules, which articulate the expectations for Holocaust and genocide education. Educators appreciated the clarity of this section. I surmise this was because the commission was designed to establish these rules throughout the involvement of key stakeholders. The lesson to take away from this model, if we want our public schools to be their very best, then involve stakeholders who have the biggest impact in making such rules a reality for our students. I have drafted possible amendments relative to the establishment of a commission. I'd be willing to work with representatives to bring forth this idea as part of this bill. Since my executive summary was released in the Boston Globe in October, real conversation about the rules and how to move public schools forward have occurred. I have facilitated a group of stakeholders through 5-day-long meetings during November and December, with the next one coming this Friday on January 12th. However, it should not have been this arduous and process void of accessibility and transparency for stakeholders. I support this bill and potential amendment that makes it clear that future efforts will be required to be transparent and inclusive for all stakeholders. Thank you for your time and attention, and I will entertain questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and for your ongoing work to address the critical minimum standard. I have two questions at least. The first one is the same one I asked Representative Ladd. Can you share with us your understanding of the current rulemaking process and timeline for the minimum standards, please?
Yes, Representative Damon, I can share that. As of December 22nd meeting that was conducted at NEA New Hampshire, involving myself, Mark McLean, who's the Executive Director of New Hampshire School Administrators, Megan Tuttle, President of New Hampshire NEA, Irv Richardson, also a member of NEA New Hampshire, Val Zanchuk, member of the 306 Task Force and NCCBLA, Fred Bermonte, Robert McLaughlin, and who am I missing? Nathan Harris, We met with the commissioner and proposed a timeline. He had also come back to us and said that we needed to be ready to go to present a draft for the February board meeting. It's my understanding the February 8th board meeting has been adjusted to the February 15th board meeting. I believe it's at this board meeting. The rules will be untabled. And it is likely from that point, they will enter into their rulemaking phase. And at that point, I believe a public hearing will need to be held within 45 days, but I'm sure Ms. Fenton can confirm for us that. Our group has been given a 4-month period of time to conduct educator review sessions of the content areas specifically in the rules. That's sections 31 through 48 of the rules. Those are all the areas that Representative Ladd alluded to define what makes an adequate education. So we are working very quickly to build educator review sessions throughout the state. We are trying to do this in the 5 different regions of the state and have representative educators from elementary, middle, and high school levels to review the content areas. There's been much discussion in our work about what needs to be retained in those areas because there's discussion around are the academic content standards that exist at the state level enough to define what should occur in those to define an adequate education. And we don't have complete consensus among our group. And so we felt, as none of us are practitioners in these particular content areas, that we needed the voices of our educators to get good feedback. Our goal is to put forth recommendations by April 30th to the commissioner, which then can be brought to the state board. That is my working knowledge of the plans moving forward from now through April.
Thank you. So quite frankly, is that 4-month timeline, less than that from now till April 30th, adequate for the work that you have outlined to hear from the stakeholders at elementary, middle, high school grade levels in all these content areas and fully report back?
Professionally speaking, it's a tight timeline. I'm not sure it's going to produce the quality feedback we might have if we could have a full 180 days. I understand that if the board needs to go into rulemaking in February, then at the maximum amount that it can allow is the 180 days. Minimum is 21 days from my working knowledge of the process. 180 days from approximately February 15th would put us at August 15th. It'd be nice to have an assurance that we are really not looking at solidly approving these rules until that August deadline. Because what's going to be rushed is the analysis that's going to need to be done on the feedback of these sessions. We're planning these sessions to occur about middle of February through the end of March. Keep in mind, we lose basically 2 weeks in February because we have a split state in terms of when everybody takes their February vacations. So we're working very quickly. My goal is to have the announcement and registrations for these sessions out by the end of this week. Registrations for those will close on February 2nd, and sessions will start on February 12th. So we're moving pretty quickly in trying to get the voice of the educators in producing standards within these content areas that need to do the job they should do, which is to ensure we have a high quality, adequate education in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Luno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Downing, for joining us this morning. So am I hearing this right then, that it sounds like the commissioner and the State Board of Education are trying to move through the proposed minimum standard, changes to the minimum standards, despite the fact that we have House Bill 1163 in consideration right now, and to get those minimum standards approved by the state board before 1163 could be considered and signed into law?
I can't speculate on the state board or the commissioner or their intentions. I do know there is concern about the rules expiring. And I believe there are other recourses in place that can adjust that concern versus trying to move very quickly in getting these through. The sense that our team has been given is that we really need to get things moving. And because again, maybe we rely on Ms. Fenton to let us know exactly when the rules are expiring and those expiration dates. But I think all along there has been a sense that March 2024 is a target date for these rules. And given that they did go to the board and they got tabled, and they've been, discussed in terms of being tabled in the last few months, I couldn't really, Representative Luno, begin to speculate, what the intentions of the commissioner or the state board are. I'm simply involved in this process to make sure we have the best standards possible for our public schools and ultimately our public school students. And I think the way to do that, and I think the Holocaust and genocide is a perfect model, is if we want the best rules possible, let's bring the stakeholders to the table. And that's why I've offered today the consideration of an amendment to form a commission so that what has occurred in this last review process doesn't have the opportunity to occur in the future, which basically would eliminate these going out to some sole source contract, and that this actually becomes the direct responsibility of the Department of Education. I did work for the Department of Education through multiple roles. In the mid-2000s through about 2012. And it was part of my function as mathematics consultant at the department at that time to run educator reviews of our rules whenever we needed to adjust or change them. And the fact that this process was devoid of that for so long was very concerning to me. So I can't speculate.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. And Representative Ladd.
As the prime sponsor of this bill, the only sponsor of the bill, I think we got to walk back a number of years to the last time the ED 306 rules were attempted to be changed. Back then, the proposed under the previous commissioner, Ginny Berry, they came forward too. I was on GELCAR at the time. And the rules, which you see on the sheet I handed out to you, where it says ED 306.31, and then 0.37, 0.40, et cetera, all had a 1 after them. They were modifying these rules. So you had 306.311. If you look in the 306 rule handbook you have, or that was provided, you will see that. We went for about, I can't recall the length of time, there was a while, a month or two, where we had no minimum approval standards for public schools. We ran out of time. We have to renew these rules every so often. And the new ones, because of some of the changes, there was just a complete breakdown in the time frame. We ran out the 180 days. And there was a time where we had absolutely no rules for a couple of weeks there until we got the old rules reinstated, that's what we have right here. So the process, there was a technical advisory put out by the commissioner back then. I have it at my chair up there. It's something that maybe we can pass out and hand out when we talk about the next bill, which is also the academic standards.
Thank you very much. Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Ladd, for putting this in the context of what happened a decade ago.
Yeah.
On that, what in your experience on JLCAR, do they have the ability to extend existing rules? Pending additional work that
like an exception.
Yeah.
They are governed by a time frame. We ran out of time back then. It's statute.
That's when the rules are adopted by the state board. There's
after it's come to yes. And the technical advisory explains it pretty well, and I think that's what you need to read and see. And I do have that available.
But I'm talking specifically about the expiration of the existing minimum standards. Could those be extended by JLCAR?
if they're brought forward.
Or-
Yeah, I think I've been out of jail card now for, so I'm a little rusty on that one. I don't want to say something which may not be true. I know that Dinah Fenton should have a good beat on that, seeing that we've gone through this in prior years. But I think that technical advisory would explain what you're asking that I have up front.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Representative Woodcock, quickly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative White, just one more for my own edification, and maybe those who are listening to this that aren't totally clear. Can you explain in very layperson terms what you mean when you keep on talking about rules and rules as regards this?
When we pass legislation, oftentimes we pass legislation that's at, quote, that 30,000 foot level. And then when you have Principal Woodcock up in Conway saying, well, I want to know how to implement that down here. And so we give to the department, the state board, the responsibility to try and get the stuff that's in the weeds written out into rules so that you know how you want to operate and what you can or can't do. So the rules are much like on the federal level, we don't call them rules, we call them regulations. On this level, we call them all rules. That's basically how you're going to manage, how you're going to operate, how you're going to make this work. How are you going to teach this? So it's just giving more information to legislation on how it can be, so it won't have to be interpreted, so it's a little bit more objective.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative. I think that brings us to lunch, and we shall reconvene at, no, information late. We'll reconvene at 12:45 for our next series of bills for the afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. I think we're about ready to start our first bill of the afternoon, which is House Bill 1107, relative to public school curriculum frameworks. And Chairman Ladd is about ready to take the hot seat.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Rick Ladd. I'm representative from Haverhill, New Hampshire, Grafton 5, and I'm here today to speak on HB 1107. Okay. Even though I left the bill up there, I'll go ahead and speak on it. This bill is about curriculum frameworks, and it's regarding putting curriculum frameworks that once were in legislation, which you should have. Has the sheet come around yet for everybody to have? I'll hold on then. Okay, I think everybody has a copy there right now. I'd like you to, if you would please, to look first at the sheet, which looks like this. On the back side, there's a double-sided. Yeah. Okay, what you see on that sheet right there, it's, if you look at the top, those are the statutes existed in the state here in 2010. And this part that I have with the line going down the side there, Roman 5, tells you a little bit about what frameworks were. The curriculum framework shall present educational goals, broad pedagogical approaches, and strategies for assisting students in development of skills, competencies, knowledge called for by the academic standards for each area of education identified in paragraph 1. And we've talked about paragraph 1 earlier today when I referenced you back to the criteria for substantive education. The curriculum framework shall serve as a guide and reference to what New Hampshire students should know and be able to do in each area of education. The frameworks do not establish a statewide curriculum. It is the responsibility of local teachers, administrators, and school boards to identify and implement approaches best suited for the students in their communities to acquire the skills and knowledge included in the frameworks, to determine the scope, organization, and sequence of course offerings, and to choose the methods of instruction, the activities, and the materials to be used. What the legislation I'm proposing will take that and put it back into statute. Now, why am I doing that? If you look at the other side of that sheet, you'll find a little bit of language, and down in the middle of that, you'll see A and B. Why is this legislation needed? Learning frameworks provide a mechanism for aligning activities in educational learning so that they build toward a clearly defined end or goal. Several times now, I've asked, where are the academic standards for mental health? Where are the academic standards for social studies? And the response is, go look at the frameworks. Well, frameworks are no longer in statute for one, but we do have frameworks. And you can see on the right-hand side, down on the bottom quarter of that page, social studies curriculum frameworks designed back in 2006. The arts frameworks designed in 2001. The health curriculum frameworks, 2003. So I've gone and looked at the social studies curriculum frameworks. I see a lot of nice stuff in there, but I'm looking for the academic standards. Where are the academic standards? You got to read through that whole thing and assume this is an academic standard. And yet we have responsibility for oversight of those academic standards. We just talked about that before lunch. But then there's other academic standards we have in place. The Common Core State Math standards, they're there. The Common Core State Standards for English Language Arts, they're there. You can look them right up. And the New Generation Science Standards are there as well. You can look in the DOE website and find them. But there's just it's discombobulated. There's no real good, strong routine for us to find out what are the academic standards. And this is important. If you look at the upper right-hand side of that sheet of paper, I have boxed areas: curriculum, instruction, and assessment. How's a new teacher ever know what they're going to put into this curriculum or how they're going to teach? But they sure know that the statewide assessment is going to assess them. And do we have a real good, strong understanding that all three of those areas are aligned? What happens if the curriculum that's being taught was way off to the right or way off to the left somewhere on that flow chart? So then your instruction may be echoing that curriculum that you've identified locally, but the statewide test may be way over here and not assessing what has been taught in the classroom. That school district may receive a real negative achievement score because we're assessing something that may not be taught, or the curriculum standards, our academic standards, may be very not well described or stated what a child should know and be able to do. Some areas we put clearly in the statute, not clearly in the statute, but we put in things like in social studies, topical areas that should be taught. Those are really not academic standards, but topical areas. So there should be clear that instruction should somehow echo that, and the assessment, if there was a social studies assessment statewide, would have to echo that. So I'm real concerned that frameworks support school districts, especially those that do not have curriculum development staff. I've worked in districts where curriculum is basically designed in a small school. The school may only have 150 kids, and the curriculum may be that of the teacher who's been there for ages, and this is what they're teaching. Yet the assessment tool might be totally different. And there's a lot of different ways of assessing. There's formative tests and summative tests. While we're assessing our curriculum, it's with this summative test. And it really is not like some of the old, if you look at some of the old textbooks, they usually had a pre-test, a post-test, chapter test, etc. And I'm not saying I'm infatuated with that process, but you need a formative test, which is more diagnostic in nature, which will help people understand where I got to go, where the child needs to learn, where I have missed the boat, where the child's missed the boat. These frameworks also offer instructional approaches, which is important, to staff. If I were a new social studies teacher coming into a school and asked to teach 7th grade social studies or 6th or 5th or whatever, I'd want to have something to reference. Is there a guideline there? And that's what these frameworks do. They provide a guideline for staff on ideas of how to teach, what the scope is going to be of skills, what the sequence is going to be, and it's coordinated. And it's coordinated between all those which are teaching that social studies within that school or school district. So I'm suggesting that we put the frameworks back into place and we use these curriculum frameworks as a guide to help instruction and to help coordinate instruction in the schools and throughout this state. We've missed the boat. And I, in a way, want to apologize too. When I came in here, I was all for getting rid of the curriculum frameworks. I look back over my time and I say, wow, maybe it's because I came from a district that had curriculum directors and staff there. I came from a district up in Alaska, which the curriculum headquarters is the size of this building. And there was support in just about every angle of instruction and curriculum you could believe, and right down into media services. And so I felt very comfortable in working there, seeing that we did have a K through 12 scope and sequence, and we had materials and support which also supported professional development along what those academic standards were. Came down here and it was a little bit discombobulated, I'll say. We have not upgraded our curriculum frameworks in some of these areas since the early 2000s. And yet society has significantly changed. History hasn't changed. History is history. How we perceive it may change. So I would like to suggest that we integrate the curriculum frameworks, put them back in as supportive materials for teachers, new teachers, teachers coming in, teachers moving between districts. They know what our statewide frameworks are. So if I move from Hanover to Haverhill, and that'd be a good move, I would know what the social study requirements are for the state, the academic standards. And we need to make sure that within these frameworks, we identify these are the academic standards. So all are on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Chairman Ladd, the academic, just so I'm clear on this now, the standards that you're going to align with the CIA and the whole piece of the curriculum instruction assessment, the standards you're talking about, at one point, and correct me when I stop when I go off scale here, one point were in the legislation. They were regulated in the law. And then they were taken out at the same point?
Everything you see on the 2010 there, Roman 5, has been taken out in terms of curriculum frameworks. They're no longer there.
Okay.
What we're doing is walking it back to where it was.
Okay, may I follow up? Thank you. So the new, let's assume this passed, right? So the new curriculum frameworks, the scope of sequence will still be left to the local education communities. The frameworks of what you want youngsters to learn, so that's going to be established by whom?
If you take the curriculum frameworks, which we are using right now, we are using them for social studies, we're using them for health, we're using them for the arts.
Okay.
Those were developed by a task force of folks that came from the school districts, expertise in these subject areas, people from DOE came together, they wrote these frameworks, which then were put in place.
Okay. Maybe just one more. Thank you. So just following the same piece. So if this passed and there were new frameworks required, like say upgrading, whatever these happen to be, okay, it won't be legislatively assigned who is going to create the frameworks. That'd be up to the commissioner or up to DOE to decide how they're going to do that?
Yeah, that would not be a responsibility of the legislature, and you need no rules to do that. That would be something which done just like we did in the past.
Okay.
The committees would be set up through the department.
All right. So, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Representative Pedernal.
What year were the curriculum frameworks removed from statute? Oh, sorry, I forgot to.
It was just around 2011, 2010. Because you can find out by looking at the law books, which are in there in the committee room.
My question.
I can't remember. Maybe somebody behind me might recall that, but it had to be back several years after. It was probably most likely the end of 2000, FY11, I think, was the end of the frameworks being in statute. So statute referred you to those curriculum guidelines, but also to the academic standards. When I've gone to DOE asking, where can I find the academic standards for social studies? They say, look at the frameworks. Well, technically, we don't have any frameworks. We do, those were approved by the state board. But if we were to make new ones, you should have legislation which supports the need for frameworks and what the purpose is.
Representative Lakis.
Why did they get rid of the frameworks?
Because there were novices like me that came in and said, we don't need them because that can be done locally.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. The 2010 talks about the curriculum frameworks. The current edition of 193E2A talks about minimum standards for public approval. And your proposal has minimum standards for public approval and curriculum frameworks. Can you explain to me the difference?
Minimum standards for public school approval are not academic standards, supposedly. There's two. Remember when we talked about the Legislative Oversight Committee in the last bill? We have responsibility for reviewing and having oversight of the academic standards. We don't have that authority. We would, if that first bill was passed, have the responsibility for the minimum standards for public school approval. They are different. And so when they say, look at the minimum standards for public school approval to find those academic standards, it's just, it's the minimum, it's confusing. And it's more than confusing, it's discombobulated, it's, you know, it's saying, well, because you can't find it there, it's over there, but you don't have the authority to look at over there. You can look over here at the academic standards. We need to get this process streamlined so it's well understood by people out in the field as well.
Just follow up.
Follow up.
Okay, so in your proposal, is curriculum frameworks kind of an equivalent of academic standards?
No.
Okay.
And why I say that is that the curriculum frameworks are guidelines on how you might conduct your curriculum. They're also guidelines that show scope and sequence of how these standards are, how you follow these standards with skills and knowledge through the grades. So the academic standards, that's why I said over and over, I don't believe the way the curriculum frameworks are written really identify the academic standards. What are the academic standards? I'll ask you right now, what are the academic standards for social studies? What are the academic standards for art? What are the academic standards for any subject that's in the adequacy area there? Now, you can tell me that by math and English and language arts because those are established. We just took the Common Core state standards for that. But the other areas, I can't tell you. If you ask me specifically, Rick, tell me what the academic standards for social studies are. Civics, government, economics, geography, history. I couldn't tell you. And I could not at this point tell you where to go look for them. If anybody here knows where, let me know.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I'm just looking back in the law book, and in 2016, the word minimum standards was substituted for curriculum frameworks.
Okay, it was 16 then. Thank you.
Page 560.
See, that's at the same time we removed the statewide assessment. It used to have social studies incorporated in it, but we were never giving a statewide assessment on social studies. So then we said, yes, it's still part of the statewide assessment program, but will be conducted by the local school district.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the question sort of goes back to not the well, it's the language that you've got in the bill, but also I think it pulls from the language that you had in the 2010 law book, where it says well, in the bill it's on lines 10 and 11. The curriculum framework shall serve as a guide and reference to what New Hampshire students should know and be able to do in each area of curriculum. And then down at the bottom of page 1 in the bill, it says it defines curriculum framework differently. It's not about should know and be able to do. It talks about that serves as a guide for instruction. So I guess the question is are we setting a consistent definition for curriculum framework in here? Is it an assessment tool or is it an instruction tool?
The curriculum guides are curriculum oriented, and from your curriculum, you have your instruction. The assessment is in a separate area of statute.
So
that's a local concern.
Yeah, right. So thanks. Yeah, a follow up. So then it goes back to the language that was historically in the statute that you've got on lines 10, 11, 11, 12, 13 on page 1. That the framework shall serve as a guide and reference to what New Hampshire students should know and be able to do, or is it something different than that? It's really a guide for instruction.
I think it's a guide for curriculum. How you instruct is totally a local issue. You might be doing it through team teaching. You may be doing it, instruction in the classroom, looking from classroom A to classroom B. Instruction might be totally different, but the curriculum should parallel the academic standards and the established curriculum for that district. All districts are not going to be teaching a subject at the same grade level. You may, in a school, teach U.S. history at one grade level, another one at another grade level, but we as a state want to assess everything at this particular focus time. Some districts, kids are being assessed on something they haven't learned yet. They may be learning it the next year. That does occur in this state.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I believe Christine Downing.
One other thing.
Oh, yes.
I did pass the technical advisory out to you so you can read where we went astray on those rules back in 2015.
Thank you. Christine Downing?
Thank you again, committee. Christine Downing, Goshen, New Hampshire. I want to applaud Representative Ladd for bringing this bill to light with the curriculum frameworks. This has connections right now to the ongoing work around the 306, especially in the content areas that I spoke about earlier. Those are the sections 31 through 48, playing out all the different areas that Representative Ladd also spoke about as an adequate education. I just wanted to give a little, I've been 17 years now in curriculum instruction and assessment. That's kind of been my livelihood in public school. So I want to just help to clarify the idea of the curriculum frameworks in terms of our minimum school approval standards and our academic standards. I was part of, I really date myself now in terms of age. In 1998, I was actually part of the team that did the second revision, the second update to the K-12 mathematics curriculum framework at the state that lived until about 2006, 2007. And so from a field perspective, when did the curriculum framework start to fall away? Honestly, they started to fall away with the movement around the Common Core state standards and national organizations trying to get all 50 states on board to deliver consistency in our academic areas. So I would just add that insight to this conversation. The other thing I would add is that
the minimum school approval standards are really aligned to adequate education. That's their goal. Their purpose is to really specify how we meet that adequate education, and everything spelled out in that RSA 193E, from content to operational perspectives. So there's one part of it. The academic standards that are also listed in there really simply just get at the basic knowledge and skills that we want in the content areas for our students. Now, where do the curriculum frameworks come in? They are a combination of giving suggested best practices in instructional and assessment. And we did used to have that. Let me give you an example to maybe help clarify. For example, the Common Core state standards, which we have adopted, and you can find some of our academic standards. Representative Ladd is completely correct here that we do not have academic standards for all the areas listed in adequate education. The most recent is personal finance literacy. There are no academic standards currently to back that up. And so academic standards, I'm going to use math, for example. That's my old wheelhouse. The Common Core state standards in mathematics, for example, will prescribe very specific mathematics skills and concepts we want kids to know. For example, by the end of third grade, we want students to be able, for example, to multiply double and triple digit numbers, right? So it'll say something specific to that. But none of these academic standards really go to the level of best practices in terms of instruction. So one of the debates we're in the middle of with the 306 currently is what is contained in the minimum school approval standard under our content areas. Does that belong in the minimum school approval standards, or does it belong in the academic standards? And I'll give you an example just here. Bear with me for a second. But with this bill, what I'm really encouraged by, if you haven't guessed, I fully support the bill. But what this bill would do for us, it would put the bridge between, okay, this is logistically what we have to do. We have to provide a K through 12 mathematics curriculum in our schools. That's part of adequate education. Here are the skills and concepts from the Common Core that we need to do, but what are we going to set as the ground floor for consistent instructional and assessment practices for our schools? Again, that's local control, but we want to give some guidance on that. Here's an example of what I mean, and this is where we're debating and why we're running these educator review sessions in February and March. For example, right now, under the mathematics section of the 306 rules, it says, the local school board shall require that a mathematics program in each elementary school includes or provides, and here's what it says: opportunities for authentic tasks that promote student decision-making and questioning. Encourage students to develop unique problem-solving strategies while allowing students to defend their strategies and results. Planned activities that promote developmental math concepts from the concrete to the representational and finally to the abstract level. And there's more statements like that go on. Where we as a 306 group have been struggling between is, should this live in the minimum school approval standards? Should it live in the academic standards? And what we've come to realize is it should go back into our curriculum frameworks that we used to have back in the late 90s, and I would say right up till about 2010-12, which is when we became Common Core. So I think this bill is super important. I just want to point out that some feedback that I received from the educators is this, that actually in the high school section of the 306 rules right now, it says under section U, this is 306.27, school districts shall develop course competencies based on New Hampshire academic standards where applicable for all course offerings. School districts may use state model course competencies to develop minimum course competencies. Just like Representative Ladd has said, where is that? The field is saying we want guidance in that. And what they're further saying is, they said, New Hampshire Public Schools, this was a quote from a group that worked on it, New Hampshire Public Schools would be better served by a commitment from New Hampshire Education Department to articulate and publish state academic standards and model competencies in all content areas.
Consistent feedback through these review sessions indicate public schools have been waiting for over a decade for the state to provide consistent graduation competencies. With clear state academic standards and graduation competencies outlined, there's a strong support that competency-based education can move forward consistently in our public schools. So I'm a strong supporter of this bill. I think curriculum frameworks is that missing link between what we say we have to do for an adequate education, what our national, most of our state academic standards are just linked to national standards currently. What they say is the body of knowledge and skills in those content areas to, okay, now how do we make that operationally happen for our students? So strong supporter of this bill, and again, commend Representative Ladd and for those that worked on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Christine, for being so enlightening. So yeah, I've been around long enough to work with frameworks and whatnot. And I question, this pendulum push as we've experienced it. And it was the most helpful document. So I absolutely support going back to a frameworks. And then Common Core came, very controversial. Then we had Common Core for math and ELA. But my question is, do you think, or do you see competency-based education sort of throwing a wrench in all of this in a different light, or is there no connection between that? Because that was another wave.
Yes, I think I see competency-based education as being our broad umbrella that pulls this all together. It's the glue, because you really need you need a couple of things to build your competencies. You need solid academic standards that are going to outline that content, knowledge, and skills, right? But then you also need that guidance in the instructional part of it, the best practices of instruction, to really build that competency strong. Because remember, competencies are really about three things. It's one, what acquisition of knowledge and skills do I want you to have? Two, how do I want you as a student to make meaning of that knowledge and skills? And here's the third one, and this really ties to what the curriculum frameworks could do, is how do you transfer and apply that learning? Right? And I think the curriculum frameworks, if we do these right and we get them back and we get just how they were originally built with educators at the table, we can build excellent curriculum frameworks that honestly, part of the debate the 306 has had around these content areas, the team has had, is we don't want to lose these things, because right now at least they are giving some guidance to the field. But if we pull them out, there's nothing there, because right now you have kind of stripped down 306 rules, but you have these academic standards that are really checklist of things, and we don't want to go back that way. And when I saw this bill, I was like, this is the missing piece of what we need to really put this all together.
Any further questions? See none. Thank you very much. And that will close the hearing on House Bill 1107. And in a moment, after I confer with the chair, we'll move on to HB 1066.
Chairman Ladd, I'd like to ask a question, please, that I couldn't ask at the end of our discussion there. I didn't. On which bill? On the one you just were just proposing. We're off that one right now. Well, this is the sequel to it, I mean, and I couldn't ask the question, so when do I get to ask the question? That's my question. Do it after what we're gonna do right now. We are going into executive session. And give the gavel to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were interested in executing House Bill 1163 relative to review of public school minimum standards by the Legislative Oversight Commission. This is the bill we heard just before lunch.
I'll make a motion to OTP.
I'll second.
Second. Any further discussion by either?
No.
No. Okay. Any discussion by anyone on the committee? Seeing none. Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Ford. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Quartiello. Yes. Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
16 yeas.
Thank you.
0 nays.
Go ahead. Any?
Consent? Okay with everything? Great, thank you.
Okay, I'll take the gavel back and I will explain with 1163, the one we just did, we're going to try and tie this bridge a little bit better with curriculum and instruction. And so we're going to take a little bit more time on this, work on it. We feel that this is also a sequel to what we just did. This is really foundational to how we're going to develop the learning in our schools and improve it in our schools through the properly identifying and structuring the minimum standards of public school approval in conjunction with academic standards. So the frameworks are a local state affair, and so we'll move in that direction with those frameworks, but we're going to take a little bit more time to discuss it and work up perhaps some amending language. So with that, we'll go on to the next bill on the docket here for today.
I want to let Oliver ask his question.
Oh, Oliver had a question. Did you want to ask?
You had a question?
On the frameworks.
Representative Blackus and I have been discussing the question of math education for quite some time. And we've been wondering at some point whether or not we need to introduce the idea of how we teach people math education, how we teach them math, how we teach them to think about math. And that based on some of our personal experiences, we had experienced places where they teach you the thinking of math, not just the finding of answers to problems.
Okay, that's down the road a ways. As
Okay.
far as, dealing with mathematics as a content area. Right now, we really do need to get on because we're on a tight line here in terms of time. I'm out of here myself in about 20, 25 minutes for another meeting at Granite State College. So I'd like to get on to the next bill dealing with 1066 relative to the graduation requirement of filing a free application for federal student aid, FAFSA. And I'd like to welcome Representative Noble to sponsor the bill.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and fellow members of the committee. My name is Kristen Noble and I represent Hillsborough District 2, the town of Bedford. HB 1066 would repeal the FAFSA graduation requirement found under RSA 193:26-A.
It would be replaced with a school board policy requiring districts to provide information to students and their parents about the free application for federal student aid. From what I understand, the goal behind this graduation requirement was to get more kids to go to college, that our FAFSA completion rate in the state of New Hampshire is too low, and with this mandate, students may potentially see that they can afford college and decide to go. The truth is, it's not as simple as everyone fill out this form and see if you qualify, and then you'll know if you want to go to college. It's a lengthy, multi-step process that first starts with knowing that you want to attend college. Then you research schools, visit schools, apply to school, and usually at that point you fill out the FAFSA. You must choose at least one school to send your financial information to in order to see if you qualify for aid. You cannot complete the form without it. So you're going through all of those other steps first. So here's a few reasons to support the repeal of this graduation requirement. This is government overreach. It is a privacy issue. The government may have your data already, but these schools do not. And the state shouldn't be trying to force families into sharing their private financial information. It is sending a message to students that college is the best path, and that is not true for everyone. I heard from a public high school teacher in support of this bill. He told me that he had a student who did an apprenticeship before he even graduated. He helped encourage his student to follow that path. College is not for everyone, and that's perfectly okay. We should be trusting the professionals in our schools to provide guidance for those students who want to attend college. They know the kids. And if they have low-income students who may potentially qualify for the Pell Grant, they will absolutely steer them in the direction of choosing a school and filling out the FAFSA. If a student has the desire to go to college and cannot afford to pay out of pocket, that family is most likely filling out the FAFSA without it being a requirement for graduation. For most students, FAFSA does not provide a complete picture of affordability. A high school diploma should not be tied to anything but academics and not if their parents filled out a government form. Lastly, this is not a real requirement. Parents can fill out a waiver or they can do nothing at all and their child will still graduate. It's a law that cannot be enforced. Therefore, it makes sense to repeal it and replace it with the school board policy that requires districts to provide information to students and parents, but largely leaves that process up to them by respecting local control. So we were 10-10 on this in the spring, but outside of this room, this is not a partisan issue. I found that out this weekend when I heard from constituents who generally do not agree with me on anything else. But they do on this. I showed you in the spring over 20 superintendents that are on board with repealing. This bill is bipartisan. It's sensible, and I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You said that it's an RSA that cannot be enforced, but you said, and as we know, that it has a waiver. So how can it not be enforced if you don't want to do it, you just fill out the waiver? I mean, they can keep track of whether the school districts can, I would think, keep track of whether they're, they got the paperwork or they don't. Yes or no, or.
Thank you for the question, Representative Hall. Even if they don't get a waiver, they can't stop the child from graduating. So they could chase after the parents, and if they don't get any answer at all, the child is still going to graduate.
Further questions? Representative Luna?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative, for bringing this forward. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more about what your constituents' concerns are over the existing statute and what they like best about this.
I heard the word overreach a lot, and not from Republicans, also from Democrats. And they also consider it to be a privacy issue.
Follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
And so when talking about overreach and in view of the fact that a simple waiver prepared by either the family or by the principal can release the student of this as a graduation requirement, were they aware of those provisions in the current law?
Yes, they're aware. Would you like me to elaborate on that? I mean, they're aware of it, but it's still seen as like a bad precedent. I mean, what else are we going to tie to graduation besides academics? You know, this could go further.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. When this came up in the spring, it was the first time, it hadn't actually been instituted yet, so the first time would have been this past June. So do we have any data available on what really happened school-wide? I mean, you're giving anecdotal data, but I mean, from the superintendents involved, I see that there's a letter here, but what happened? Do we have?
I think that there is the School Administrators Association here that might be able to answer that a little bit better, or even the school board administration. And we also have Representative Raymond here as well, who is on the Nashua School Board. So she might be able to answer that a little bit better than me.
Representative Peternell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Noble. On line 7 of the bill, it says, it starts on line 6. Pupils eligible for graduation shall have the opportunity to receive information on how to properly complete. Are there students now who don't have the opportunity to receive this information? I mean, it would seem to me that if somebody wanted to go to college, they would be seeking out the information they needed in order to apply to a college.
Thank you for the question, Representative Peternell. As far as I know, the school districts are pretty much following what's in here now. So they have their information nights and that kind of thing. They provide information to students and parents currently and have been doing that for quite some time, as far as I know.
Yes, go ahead.
So we're not just repealing legislation, we're replacing it with maybe unnecessary legislation because they're already doing this? They're already doing what your bill proposes. So do they need even your bill? Why wouldn't we just completely repeal the RSA?
Thank you for the question. I would say most of the schools are doing it. I don't know if all of them are. So this does put this in place.
Further questions? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. We have at this time 4 cards up here on this. Are there any other folks out in the crowd that are going to want to speak on this that haven't submitted a card? If so, we'll get you in here. Was there any technical support from the School Administrators Association? Is Mark McLean here? Thank you. Do you have a Okay, so afterwards, would you fill out one of these things for us, please? Thank you.
Certainly, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for the question. In regard to the FAFSA law, the understanding last year is that it was a requirement for schools. And just as the representative spoke to, for many schools that didn't necessarily fit, and just as others have spoken about, schools do make FAFSA that opportunity aware for their students who may benefit from that. And the fact that it was a requirement did feel like it was pretty heavy-handed to some school districts. And school districts are making that available to their students. And I believe repealing that and replacing it with language that makes it a priority certainly makes sense in applicability in the field.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So, are you aware of what how FAFSA completion rates have changed in other states that have adopted the law that's currently on the books in New Hampshire?
I have not done that research.
Okay. So just to set the stage for a follow-up question, Texas adopted what we now have as current law back, I think, in 2018 or 2019. And they are now ranked #1 in the nation for year-over-year change in FAFSA completion. In fact, their rate of completion is 56%, which is above the national rate of 46%. And I guess my question to you would be, do you believe that that if more students complete the FAFSA, then more students will take a serious look at higher education opportunities?
Yeah, I think there's probably a very strong likelihood that there will be a correlation there. I think that we could certainly bring more awareness to FAFSA and how that can benefit folks in other ways. We can lift the importance of that and just differently than making it a legislative requirement. I think there are ways to highlight that working with other organizations. And I know that the Superintendent's Association would be willing to be part of lifting the importance of the FAFSA.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, which is about the end part of the proposed bill, lines 28 and 29, which, in addition to what has already been discussed, would repeal the report on completion of the FAFSA. And I'm interested in your opinion on, if we're not tracking how many students are completing it, regardless of whether it's required or not, how do we know how we're doing?
Again, this is in study for this question, but I can tell you that there are percentages and data relative to FAFSA requirements and completion that existed prior to this. So I would say that we rely on those same metrics to determine whether or not there's been an uptick in the number of people that are completing the FAFSA.
Is that data that you're referring to compiled by the federal government from how many are submitted, or do we know where they?
I'm going to look over here at Representative Luno as he just spoke to the percentage. So I'm assuming that you grabbed that from that data from a source where you referenced Texas. So did you compare the New Hampshire average to that, or was it just national average?
It just says Texas.
Gotcha. Okay. So I think that's certainly something that we could talk to our friends in higher education with as well.
And since I was directed in that, the New Hampshire requirement, I believe, either just went active this prior school year, or it's this. Was it this prior school year?
I believe it's this school year.
This school year. So
well,
it
this
hasn't.
prior. Yeah, this prior school.
The one, so the class graduating in June of 2023. So So has not even gone active yet. So we don't have any data to compare about how the law has affected.
And I don't know honestly how you would compare before and after if there is not an accurate accounting of whether or not there's a baseline.
Well, there is in the US Ed website.
Okay.
You
Well,
actually have state by state and district by district number of students who have completed the FAFSA.
And that was my,
So
I guess that
it's
was
very
my
clear.
response to Representative Damon, is that there are metrics out there. So whether or not school districts are filing a report with the Department of Education as a result of this legislation, there is data out there that shows the completion rate of the FAFSA. I think that was your question to me.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Very simple question. Would it surprise you that under a circumstance where the government was no longer forcing somebody to do something, but allowing them to use their choice of whether or not to do it and providing that choice, that completion numbers might go down a little?
I mean, I guess anything's possible. So I mean, that's a pretty open-ended question. So
fair.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yep. Representative Raymond.
Thank you.
Yeah. Press it once more.
It left on. Sorry. Got confused by the button. So I'm Heather Raymond. I'm representative for Hillsborough District 5. That's Nashua. In addition to being a state rep, I'm also on the National Board of Education, and I've been on the Board of Education for the last 6 years. I have to count backwards. It's been a while. And I'm a parent of a high schooler and a middle schooler in Nashua. When I was approached on this bill about being a co-sponsor, I was hesitant because I don't agree with a lot of things with some of the sponsors, but we do agree on this. I sat down and met with our superintendent, our guidance team, and our assistant superintendent in Nashua. And you'll notice the letter I passed out that our superintendent is one of the ones that wrote the letter. In Nashua, our concerns about the FAFSA requirement are significantly different than the concerns that I think some of the other sponsors have about this. We're not so much concerned about the fact that the government is collecting information, because a lot of this information is stuff that people are already submitting to the IRS every year when they file their taxes. Our concern is about how this is going to impact our students and whether or not it is appropriate to restrict their access to their diploma based on whether or not their parent or guardian has completed a form, whether it be the FAFSA form or the waiver form. So just some information about Nashua. Nashua launched a free Chromebook program for our students last year. We started with high schools and then we expanded it to the middle school this year. All parents or guardians need to do is sign the Chromebook agreement, which we sent home with every student last year and this year. And in exchange for that, each student gets a Chromebook that they keep with them for the remainder of their time at school. There's no charge for this. If it breaks, they bring it back, we fix it. Because we use so much online curriculum, we wanted our students to have access to that at all times. Nashua has about 5,000 students in the secondary level, a little bit more. Of those 5,000 students, 300 still in January have not been able to obtain a signature from a parent or guardian to get a free Chromebook. These are 300 students who don't have a trusted adult that can sign a form to give them a device to help them with their education. Now, we've done a lot of outreach. There are phone calls home, there are emails home, there are letters home. We've sent guidance counselors out to homes. And at this point, we've resigned ourselves to simply having these students pick up their issued Chromebook when they get to school and then leave it when they leave for the end of the day. Our concern and the concern of our guidance department is that this requirement of a signature, and it's not just a signature on the waiver form, because really we're asking people to go to the website and fill out the FAFSA. It's going to leave these kids, our most vulnerable kids, with out without a path to getting their diploma, right? These are kids who are showing up to school every day. They're doing their part, and they don't have a trusted adult who's willing to do their part. And it simply feels like an inequity for us to then say you didn't meet the prerequisites for your diploma that you just worked 4 years to earn. We're really, really concerned about that. If we hadn't launched the Chromebook program, I don't know that we would have the same concern, but we know that it's very difficult. The other issue that we've noticed in Nashua, which I just want to point out to the committee, and even if you were to pass this bill, I don't think it could change in time for this graduation because the bill would take effect in July. This year, the federal government redid the FAFSA. It was supposed to come out in October. It was released on Friday, and only to some people. There are still people in my district who want to do the FAFSA, who have kids who are ready to go to college, who cannot get on to fill out the FAFSA. Our school file a FAFSA night that we sponsor and our guidance counselors do like an information session is on January 18th. It works best if parents have filled out because there's 2 parts to the FAFSA. The parents have to sign something and then the kids have to fill out some stuff. It works best if the parents have done that. But we're actually talking about in the district delaying our file a FAFSA night another few weeks to give people the opportunity to go on and do it. And so, the crux of it is that we recognize that going to college is important. We also recognize that some trade schools accept the FAFSA. In Nashua, we have one of the largest CTE programs. We have 1,300 students in 16 programs and over 40 classes. These kids may or may not choose to go to college, but we really don't want to hang on to a diploma that a child has earned because of a lack of a signature from a parent or a guardian. So.
Thank you very much. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you just tell me the date that this letter was written that you said you referenced?
I don't know. I met with the superintendent, I don't know, the last week in August, and he had this and said, hey, I had sent this to it. So I'm not sure the date that this was sent originally.
I just noticed names on here that aren't really superintendents anymore.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking this was probably submitted before the
Previously.
last bill.
So,
So these folks haven't lived through the new legislation.
no, and it hasn't taken effect. So the students who will be impacted in my district are the students graduating this year, so our current seniors.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much for joining us. So, is the are the principals at the Nashua High Schools, I guess, not interested in? I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, are they planning to resist providing, a waiver that attests to the schools, or I mean, are they unwilling to do that? Because it seems pretty simple in the state law.
Right. At
that
the
a
end of the
principal
day,
can waive it all.
right. At the end of the day, I don't believe that our principals will allow students who have earned the diploma to not get their
Right.
diploma, right? I think at the end of the day, we're going to do what we need to do. However, the question is there a penalty for that? I don't know. They asked me, I don't know the answer. So, but I don't know that is, I understand that that's an opt-out. I don't know that that's in keeping with the spirit of the idea of making everyone follow FAFSA. If we know that the principal can just wave you off, well then, how is that impacting, how is that benefiting our students?
Through higher completion rates of the
Right, but I guess my other question then, having met with the administrative team and the guidance team, is how is higher completion rates of a FAFSA benefiting our students at large?
Through personal financial literacy and understanding what the cost of college and what their access to higher education may be.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. And next representative is Representative Dry.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee. For the record, I'm Representative Margaret Dry. I represent Sullivan County District 7, and I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. The very first call legislatively that I got in 2024 was from a former member of the school district down in Manchester. She's a former neighbor, and she called to say, what the heck? What's this FAFSA thing that everybody had to fill out? Is this new? And I told her it was, and she said, I have a long history as a teacher of U.S. history and civics to English language learners. And here's what I have to say about it. She said, this is an extra burden. It's unnecessary because anybody can get help from a guidance counselor if they need help to fill out a FAFSA form. And it's intrusive. A lot of the families she works with don't want their personal information passed around or disclosed. She wondered why we were making state law about a federal form for a state education requirement, graduation requirement. And finally, she just said, it's just another thing for teachers and principals to have to do. And I tend to agree with her. In my own experience, recently, Representative Hall and I were on the commission to study tourism and hospitality education in New Hampshire. From the very beginning of the hearings, the people that were in the tourism and hospitality industry stressed how hard it was with this major hurdle they had to overcome to get staff. But the idea that going to a tech school or learning a trade instead of going to college was somehow an inferior career choice. It isn't. But filling out a FAFSA for graduation seems to perpetuate that idea. It's something that they're fighting all the time. And one of the major recommendations of the commission was to educate people that there are great career choices that can be made, but it don't necessarily involve college. Though this was a good intentioned legislation, I think that there are easier ways to get to the same place that we're going. And I ask you to support this bill.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Next is Ms. Anne Marie Banfield.
Yep. Thank you. I'm in support of this bill. I think as a parental rights advocate in New Hampshire, the feedback that I'm getting is, first of all, it's the opt-in, opt-out kind of approach to the FAFSA, that you have to opt out of it versus opt-in. And whenever that's a situation and you have to file a waiver, parents are saying, my kid's going to come home. You have to fill out the FAFSA or I don't get to graduate. And then they're filling out the FAFSA with no intention of ever really needing to do this. Maybe their child's going to a trade school or something. We know that from prior testimony that a lot of times these forms are never get to the parents, or the parents aren't familiar with it, or they have no idea that this is required, or that they can opt out of it. So I think the problem presents itself. I think we've covered that. I don't want to repeat that, but those are the kinds of comments that I'm getting back from parents. I know that was brought up by Representative Luna. What kind of feedback are you getting? How many people will this impact in the state? You have a fraction of students who go on to college. Many of them don't. Why are they required to fill this out? Because it's almost coercive in a way. If you don't fill this out, your child's not graduating. Oh, but we'll go ahead and let you have a waiver. It's almost a coercive kind of approach to try to get these kids to fill out a FAFSA. Parents that, the privacy was brought up. Yes, the IRS is getting this, but this is going to another agency. What I heard mainly is not so much that the government's collecting this information. It's more about you're sending it to another agency. Where there's an opportunity for a data breach. That's really, I think, what most concerns people is that, will there ever be a data breach? So those are the concerns. I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? See none, thank you. Christiana Thornton?
I was going to say good morning, but I guess it's actually afternoon. My name is Christiana Thornton. I'm president of Granite Advance, formerly known as New Hampshire Higher Education Assistance Foundation. We're a statewide nonprofit organization that's been working in the state with students and families since the 1960s. And our primary goal is to help students and families as they prepare for college and career pathways. And so we haven't taken a position on the bill, but I thought if people had questions specifically about the FAFSA, what the current sort of requirements are, our organization provides resources to help students, families, and school counselors to really understand what the FAFSA is, what the timelines are for getting it, completed and submitted to federal student aid. I will say that when we've been doing this work for many, many years prior to the law being passed. When the law passed, I think we saw it as our responsibility to really ensure that school counselors and parents and students understood that there was now a requirement. And so we've really spent the past, I guess, maybe year and a half or so bringing together stakeholders to make sure that as long as the law remains in effect, that there is an understanding of what that requirement is and making sure that there are supports to help those students to complete those forms. And so that's, to answer the questions earlier, they were correct that the requirement comes into place for this academic year. And so at this point in time, this process is just starting. So in terms of what the outcomes are, I think we don't really know that yet. As it was indicated, the FAFSA opened up in a, I guess I would say a, not temporary, but there's a new form which has sought to reduce the number of questions on the FAFSA. It used to be over 100 questions. They've really tried to minimize that to make it a little bit easier for students to complete. That new form became available last week, and I think over the next month, students will start that process of completing, and we'll know better then, I think, as to whether or not, what is that impact and that correlation. The information about FAFSA in terms of the number of students that complete, you can go to Federal Student Aid. There is a FAFSA tracker there, and you should be able to see what the completion rates are both here in New Hampshire and across the country.
Thank you very much. Representative Peternell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me how long a FAFSA takes to complete?
So that, I think, is this is a question that is in flux now. So there was Congress passed a piece of legislation that reduced it from over 100 questions. I think it's now down to like 35 or so. They've reduced it quite a bit. How long that takes, I'm not sure yet, because the first people just started completing it last week. So I think the goal is that it's going to minimize the amount of time that it takes, but I think how long that is, we're not quite sure.
Follow up.
How long did it take in the old way, the old test, or the old form?
I have not personally completed it yet. I would say it probably depends on the complexity of your financial situation. And there wasn't a feeder from IRS information into the FAFSA. And so one of the improvements they've made is that actually you don't have to re-input the information that you've submitted to the IRS, that it actually is integrated. So I think that should save some significant amount of time. I think one thing I had failed to mention was just to recognize, a couple of things that have been stated are absolutely true. We do know that in the states that have had a requirement, they have increased their completion of the FAFSA, which in turn, there is a correlation between the number of students that ultimately go on to college. I will also say, I think the challenge has been that we are very well aware that this has been a burden on school administrators and school counselors. And so our job has been to really not necessarily take any position on it, but to say, okay, how can we support these students, and making sure that the school counselors are aware of the requirement and give them as many tools and best practices to make it as seamless as possible. So I guess I would say, I think all of the testimony today is, I think there's truth in all of it, and I think it's sort of been an evolution. I don't personally know what is the right answer. I think everybody has sort of indicated what some of the challenges are, but also there is a tremendous benefit too. And I think that's your role, is to weigh those components.
Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Thornton, for joining us this afternoon. Could you tell us a little bit about how the FAFSA connects families with Pell Grants and potentially access to fully paid community college?
Right. So in order for a student to receive any type of federal or state financial aid, you have to have completed the FAFSA. And so if you are going to get a free, like a Pell Grant, which would cover a significant cost associated with either community college or, four-year institution, you have to have completed the FAFSA. So I think one of the challenges that we do see from time to time is a student, oftentimes I have a son who's a junior in high school, getting his attention to focus on hey, you need to, what are your plans? What do you want to pursue? Can be a challenge. And you have situations where maybe a student isn't really thinking about whether or not college or career a pursuit at a community college is an option for them until later on in the year. That puts them in a position of losing out on potential financial resources to be able to support that pathway. And so I think the thought behind this initially really was making sure that even if a student decided not to pursue higher education, if they had completed the paperwork and they made a last minute decision in, let's say, May or June, that in fact they do want to go and start going to a local community college, they would have that form completed and they would be eligible for that financial aid. So that's, I think that is sort of the part to this that makes it challenging, is if a student hasn't completed it, they're not entitled to the aid. And that goes with some of those the limited state funds we do have. In order to be able to benefit from those, you have to complete that form.
Sure.
So, and thanks. And this is a test going back to last Friday.
Oh boy.
Do you recall what Chancellor Rubenstein said with respect to the percentage of students at New Hampshire community colleges that are there on a Pell Grant?
I don't recall that number, but I expect you do.
Yeah, it's a significant number. It's north of 25% of all community college students are receiving Pell.
Any further questions? Representative Ford.
I know we've been talking a lot about college, but I want to follow up on what was just asked you by my colleague. Aren't there significant numbers of programs that require the FAFSA for funding that is not for college per se, but for career paths that may differ from college?
I think to Representative Leno's point, I think a lot of the programs through the community college system that are preparing students for career pathways are likely those that would be eligible for some type of federal assistance.
And therefore, in order to qualify that, you would have to have completed the FAFSA.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to provide this information. Going to ask a bit of a tough question. I'm not sure if you have the answer, but it's worthwhile if we can find
I
it.
can try.
Do you happen to know of students who complete the FAFSA and go on to college? Do you know what percentage, on average, of their costs are taken care of by grants that do not have to be repaid versus what percentage is taken in loans that do have to be repaid?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not a question I'm prepared to answer. I could certainly try to see if there's a resource that would tie those factors together, but I'm not off the top of my head.
Sure, thank you.
Was there any further questions? Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So two parts. One, is there a deadline for completing the FAFSA in a given academic year? And then would you please also comment on what I believe is correct, that we run out of financial aid dollars, and so folks who fill out the FAFSA later presumably are less likely to get financial help.
Yeah, I think
Am I
that's
correct on that?
Yeah, you're correct. That would be so institutions. So what's going to happen is students are going to complete the form now. Starting February 1st, the FAFSAs that have been completed will be sent to institutions that for those students that know where they're interested in going, that information will be sent over to those academic institutions. They'll then utilize that to determine what grants, federal financial aid are available to those students. So there's definitely a benefit to getting started with that process earlier, because individual institutions at some point do run out of the additional financial resources to provide for those types of grants.
So just to clarify, if you were that student that you referenced a few minutes ago who wasn't focused on college and then late in their senior year became interested perhaps in applying to the local community college, they could fill out the FAFSA then, but they would be much less likely to get aid.
I think it depends on the institution and what their resources are available to.
Thank you.
That may be a better question for this New Hampshire School Financial Aid Administrators could probably answer that question.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we have one more person to testify, I believe. Roseanne Chester, I believe you indicated 1 minute.
I just wanted to speak a little bit with regards to overreach and privacy concerns. Not all students know their parents' financial situation. Not all parents want their children, even as juniors and seniors in high schools, to have that information disclosed. The fact that the IRS is going to be providing information to the schools, to the counselors, things like that, that's concerning. I think what's really important in light of everything that's going on right now, the least amount of responsibility that our state legislatures needs to have, the least amount of oversight, the less amount liability involved. Because the bottom line here is you have kids that are in DHHS custody, and the counselors may not know that. But the bottom line is that they're not going to be able to get their parents' financial information. The only other point is all of the community colleges, everyone that I've ever worked with, they do outreach in the schools if they're allowed to. So there's absolutely no reason for this to be going on in the high schools when we can have community college, sometimes even universities come in, present, give them the information they need. Let's get it out of the counselors and the people that are working with our children in the school, because there's a huge potential for privacy violations, as well as potential for this principal refused my son to graduate, but that principal allowed that guy to graduate. I don't think our state legislatures want to be involved in that kind of litigation. And I'm more than willing to take any comments or questions.
Thank you, and you were close to that 1 minute. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And that will close the hearing on House Bill 1066, and we'll move directly into House Bill 1471, declaring the total solar eclipse a school holiday. And do we have any cards? Arlene, do we have any cards for that?
No, I think we will though.
Lights on over there.
Yeah. Um, We'll wait a minute for the prime sponsor to return. Representative Reed. This is House Bill 1471, declaring total solar eclipse a school holiday. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I was told in the hall as I was running back that a member is also having a short bio break right now, so I told her I would go slowly. So some of you may remember me talking in the past about eclipses and whatnot. I have already outed myself as a bit of an astro geek in the past, but for those of you who don't know, I'm a member of the New Hampshire Astronomical Society, and we're going to have a total solar eclipse, which is super duper exciting. It's different from probably the vast majority of eclipses you've maybe lived through, where it's like, oh, maybe the light looked weird for a minute or something, or you did like a pinhole camera. A total solar eclipse is a totally different, if you're in the path of totality, totally different experience. It historically, it's ended wars. That's how powerful it is. So, because it's so rare, the last one that had the path of totality through New Hampshire was 1956. The next one will be 2079. So in 2020, I put forward a bill. I wanted to actually do something about the schools then, but it ended up being a declaration to make the day of the total solar eclipse, April 8th of this year, a holiday, had lots of very poetic language in it. And 2020 being what 2020 was, it didn't get through. It got tabled with something like 700 bills in the Senate. So it was put back in the following year and signed into law by the governor. But that bill didn't do anything about the original problem that I wanted to address, which is in the path of totality, the moment of totality will be at 3:30 p.m., which is right around the time the kids are getting out of school and right around the time parents are picking kids up from school or after school activities. Also, as any member of the New Hampshire Astronomical Society will tell you, because many of them eclipse chase all over the country and some of them eclipse chase all over the world, traffic will be horrendous, absolutely horrendous. Anywhere that there's a total solar eclipse, the path of totality, traffic gets worse than any concert or sporting event you've ever seen, like 4, 6, even 8-hour delays. And where the path of totality is in our state is in Coos County, where we don't have the infrastructure to handle the traffic that will be coming in. So because of that, I had originally wanted, in that original declaration, to actually declare a holiday for schools. That bill having passed and being signed into law, but not addressing the major problem, I went to the commissioner back in September, I believe, and asked him, could he do anything administratively about this oncoming kind of crisis as I saw it? And he, when I explained the situation to him, to my great surprise, was very enthused to do something about this, very excited to do something about this, but he told me he didn't have the authority to actually do the rulemaking that he needed to do. So he very much encouraged me to put in this bill and said that he would give it its full support because we are operating in the same year as the eclipse, and the eclipse is going to be April 8th. The sun waits for no one. I've asked, with the help of the commissioner, for this bill to be fast-tracked. So going into the details of what the bill actually does, so most of it is just an encouragement. It allows for flexibility for schools to do a half-day, early release, remote learning that day, or have in-school viewing activities and other education. So it gives schools real flexibility and doesn't mandate anything. The only things that it actually does is say that on the day of the total solar eclipse, there won't be mandatory attendance, and any child traveling to view the solar eclipse will receive an excused absence. The other thing that it does is it gives the department rulemaking authority regarding this matter. So, like I said, as I understand it, I do know that the commissioner has officially asked both the chairs of the House and the Senate committees to fast track this bill and support it. As I understand it, that's what's being done and why I'm here on the first day of committee. And so I would also, along those lines, humbly ask if you all support this to exec it as quickly as possible. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the prime sponsor? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So is the primary reason for safety, traffic and kids are going to be looking at the sun from the bus and whatever, or is it more interest in science?
So for me personally, but I don't know that I would have put a bill in just for this personal reason. My interest is in science and teaching the kids what's going on. And to that effect, my organization, New Hampshire Astronomical Society, has offered to provide DOE with example like curricula for the different grade levels for studying this phenomenon. However, the reason I think it rose to the level that I felt the need to go to the commissioner and say, can you do something, is because the traffic will be so bad at the same exact time, and the darkness happening at the same exact time as the kids will be either in going into after school activities or waiting for their parents to pick them up. It will be a mess for all of that to be happening at once, especially in the path of totality. So because of that, that's why I felt it needed to kind of be addressed.
Representative Lakis.
Listening to that, I forgot my question. Oh, I know what it was. Rulemaking. Do we actually need rulemaking? Because that takes time. And if we want it to go through quickly, what kind of rulemaking do we actually need?
So the language that is before you is the language that I received from the commissioner and his advisors that helped him with this language. So I just put in what they requested. I don't know how quickly they can do that. I do know, as an aside, as part of that same conversation with the commissioner, that he's planning on purchasing 60,000 solar eclipse glasses for every student in the state.
That's cool. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and I can see you terrific right now. It's perfect. This singular one-day event that happens typically after school hours, it's 3:30, right? Two questions, if I may. How long does that actually last?
About 3 minutes.
So the second part.
Follow-up?
Excuse me? Oh, follow-up. That's exactly what I asked. Thank you. Thank you. The second part of this, the follow-up part, was then parents. So the time travel, it's going to be the time travel, the best locations they could find. Parents have the right to dismiss their youngster or excuse this youngster from a day. I particularly like the fact that the associations can provide curricula through the schools can make it a huge day in science in New Hampshire. But I have a hard time understanding why we need to pass a law that is going to do this when parents can already do that, and local school committees can already do that.
So the commissioner felt very strongly, and wasn't intending on having this bill until the commissioner encouraged me that we needed a bill to give them the ability to do this administratively. There may be districts, I can't speak for every district. There may be districts that kind of aren't planning for this, aren't preparing for this appropriately. The problem is the moment of totality when everybody will be looking up and shortly before and after, when it's very dangerous to look up without the proper eyewear, will be happening right at the time where students may not have either a teacher to help direct them and teach them what they're seeing and teach them how to do it safely, or their parents, because it's in that kind of ambiguous time where they may be after school activities or they may be in transit. And at the same time, parents may be caught in the atrocious traffic that will exist at the same time. So they may be the students might be left in the lurch in that exact moment where they need the guidance. So that's why I think the commissioner and I both felt it needed to be addressed.
Just one more
follow-up.
The school, thank you, the last one. The school under this process would not be out for the day because we'd be having school activities, teacher activities, based on this option for them. So I guess I go back to my original piece, and particularly if the commissioner is going to fund everyone having glasses, and I hope for representatives as well, that at least on that particular day, parents just dismiss their youngsters and doesn't require a law.
So
It's a local option. It's a parent. He can say,
it's still a local option. In the bill, it's even a local option. But for the rulemaking authority or for the ability for the department to handle it administratively, whether that's official rulemaking or not, the commissioner felt very strongly he needed this bill. So that's why it's here, is because the commissioner requested it.
that's a good reason. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Representative, are you suggesting we need the day off as well?
I will add to that I have in the past, possibly, I'm not sure if it was before you were in office, I have passed out eclipse glasses to members of the House.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. So coming from Coos County, this has been a conversation for quite a long time. And I don't know if you're aware, several schools in New Hampshire have planned their spring breaks during that week. And of course, all of Coos school districts are closed for the day. So I guess I wonder, how many school districts would this apply to? And why wouldn't it just be a written excuse that they're going? Because totality is in the North Country. Some people have never been there.
So even for school districts that are not in the path of totality, we want to allow those kids to travel either to Coos or anywhere else in the country for that matter. For example, in Texas, it's kind of the prime viewing location because they're almost guaranteed sunny skies on that day, and their moment of totality is the longest. So we want to allow those students flexibility to travel to view a total solar eclipse, but also even in the other school districts that are not in the path of totality, even if students just step out into their own backyard, they will be able to see a very full partial eclipse. It's not the same as a total solar eclipse. You don't get that moment of complete darkness where everything just goes to midnight like someone turned off the lights, but it is still impressive to see through your glasses nonetheless.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if a school district says, you know what, we're going to take a holiday. This tells me I can take a holiday. Does that count as part of the 180 days? Or do they have to find another day to make up for that day?
Because
the calendars are set.
So, right, it's up to them. And so if they want to count that as you've described, then that would also be up to them, I think. There's nothing in this bill that requires that. But I do know, once again, that the commissioner has asked for authority over that. So perhaps that's one of the reasons he wanted to have that authority.
So the commissioner is saying follow up. So the commissioner is saying 179 days is fine if you do this.
I have not had that specific conversation with him.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one question. I have on occasion driven from Manchester to Conway, and it really didn't take me 2 days. So I'm just wondering why the need for 2 days of excused absences.
No, it's a fair point, but I did just bring up the fact that actually, as far as this country goes, Texas is the prime viewing location, but there are many other states in the path of totality that may be better viewing. So if the parents are planning on taking their students to go see a total solar eclipse in a better viewing location, that's one of the reasons. However, I will say, even among, and you will hear testimony to exactly what the conditions are for people who chase solar eclipses, no one is actually suggesting that someone try to drive up to Coos, even from southern New Hampshire, and drive back down on the same day. The traffic won't allow for it.
I take it that probably the commissioner might be buying sunglasses, but not airplane tickets?
Correct. Correct. In fact, many of the hotel rooms are in the path of totality across the entire country are already booked. It will be very difficult.
Additional questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. When you said that the commissioner felt very strongly about he needed to authorize or adopt these rules, the rulemaking provision in the bottom, and you said you thought, is it just for that one day, or do you know specifically what he wants? Because it seems to me that the Commissioner of Education has the ability to do this without a change in the rulemaking. And one of the concerns was whether people could call off school because of COVID, of a lot of people being absent from COVID. And that that was something that went back and forth, but the commissioner felt he had free reign over that. And so I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit more about the rulemaking.
Sure. I actually thought it was under the commissioner's purview myself, but he assured me it was not. Now, I do not want to conflate this solar eclipse issue, which should be completely nonpartisan, with any other issue that may be partisan in nature or partisan appearing. So I don't want to weigh in on what the commissioner's done otherwise or anything else. I'm sure that everybody would not be surprised that the commissioner and I have difference of views on a number of topics. But where this is concerned, because I care about astronomy and I care about science and I care about our students having access to it, I want to make sure that students have the maximum ability to understand the value, the rareness of the event of a total solar eclipse and appreciate it for what it is.
As a follow-up, at some point, could Attorney Fenton come and just clarify some of that for me after this?
Oh, but to the one piece of the question I didn't answer was that it is very limited to the total solar eclipse and not any other in the bill. The rulemaking authority is only for the total solar eclipse, so just the one day.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Reed. So I too am concerned about the rulemaking element, and so I'm wondering, in your opinion, would sections 1 and 2, I mean, I like section 1 sort of lays out the context, and section 2 be sufficient in statute to provide what you would like to have done?
1 second. Section 2, you said?
Yeah, section 2 is the compulsory attendance waive.
Would that alone be enough?
Well, all of section 2. Would that be enough in statute to accomplish what you would like to see
Without
done
the rulemaking?
without rulemaking? And the reason I lay it out is, for example, to Representative Tanner's question, on lines 12 and 13, viewing events immediately before, during, and after the moment. So there is a
Yeah. I think the way I envisioned initially this bill being was essentially section 2.
Yeah.
Section 3 is at the request of the commissioner, and I figured that he may need, as he said, additional rulemaking authority. But if the committee sees fit to strike that, then I think that section 2 addresses my particular concerns.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative. Next, we have Brian Conley from SAU 103.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. I am a principal and superintendent for SAU 3, the Jenny D. Blake Elementary School in Hill. I'm also here to speak on behalf of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association, which I am part of, as is Dr. McLean in back. I am in my 8th year in Hill, but I'm a former earth science teacher, so I taught astronomy. And I too have a love of science, and I try to impart that on anybody and everyone who will listen. And I did chase an eclipse down to Nashville back in 2017, and I will tell you, it is an extraordinary event. It is one of those events that if you happen to be in that 3 minutes of totality and you see the darkness fall upon you and the stars illuminate and the birds go quiet, it's extraordinary. So it's one of those moments I'm hoping that we can bring to every household in the state of New Hampshire, not only here, but really around the world, it would be my wish. Currently, I'm working with the New Hampshire Astronomical Society, the McAuliffe Shepherd Discovery Center, the Fairbanks Museum, New Hampshire Public Radio, Vermont Public Radio, hopefully Massachusetts or Maine Public Radio, to coordinate efforts to make sure that we can get a live stream into every school in the state, and if not into every home, to share this moment. I can't tell you, short of being in witnessing one of these things, how important it is to engage our youth and our communities really around science and technology and engineering and math. This is a great opportunity for us to build on that. So I do hope that we could pass this and get it done for all of our kids. We are working feverishly. I'm working with the curriculum and instruction and assessment people throughout the state of New Hampshire because I believe in this and I think it's very, very important.
Thank you for being here. Any questions? Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your input. So I have a question. This is at the end of the school day?
Yes.
And the idea is to make it an educational experience.
Yes.
So is that educational experience supposed to extend beyond the school hours?
So that's a great question, and really the crux of this, the compulsory attendance piece, is to provide, like the North Country, like Representative Cascadon has mentioned, the schools are already closed in the North Country. It gives the ability for superintendents throughout the state of New Hampshire to determine what's best for their community. Regardless of where you are in New Hampshire, 95% of totality will be here. So 95% of the sun's surface will be covered. So regardless of the time, it's important to train the kids or to teach the kids the lessons to watch safely, but what is happening. So for schools that get out, I know some schools get out at 3:30, that kind of puts a jam on things. We can now extend the day if we wish. We can shorten the day if we wish. We can cancel the day if we wish, but it's really based around the science of the eclipse, not just, let's just not have a day. None of us want just not to have another day. We all want to be there, but we want to be able to provide the opportunity for the local districts to make those decisions.
Okay, can I follow up? Okay, so I'm just trying to imagine there's probably not a case then for like a hybrid, that those who want to stay home and observe it at home could, but the school would still have to run its bus schedule and et cetera if they were open. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know, getting into the high, and let me clarify your question, if I may. When you say hybrid, meaning like a remote option?
I was thinking more of if it remained a school day, but you were able to opt out of not coming that day. Yeah, school would still have to operate the same way, and that would still involve the problem of buses and leaving at the same time. Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So what happens if it's a cloudy day? Just curious.
It's a sad day, is what that is.
see?
Yeah, no,
Like, what do you see?
I totally understand. And I suppose you could put provisions in place for that. Like, I know I could because we're so small. I could say, you know what, if it's cloudy, we're in school. If we're not, we're out of school. But it's a fair question. I don't know how to circumvent that.
But follow up?
Oh,
So what do you see? Nothing?
well,
I'm just curious.
Excuse me?
If it's a cloudy day, doesn't?
So
what
as
do you
I,
see?
well, you wouldn't, if you're in the path of totality, it would go dark. If you're not, then it would just be a funky, I don't know, I've never been in a shady one. Yeah, funky shade of gray.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anything further? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sure someone might want to look at it afterwards.
Am I allowed to pass these out?
You can just leave them at the end and they'll pass them down. Thank you.
So thank you, Chairman, representatives, Representative Reed, for helping push this through. My name is Rick Eames. I'm the founder of the New Hampshire Solar Eclipse Task Force. I'm a NASA Partner Solar Eclipse Ambassador. I am a StarNet SEAL partner, solar eclipse expert, and I'm the founder and chief pilot of the Eclipse Mobile here in New Hampshire. So, good afternoon. In the words of my colleague, Dr. Kate Russo, a solar eclipse happens above you, around you, and within you. I suggest adding just one word. A solar eclipse happens with awe above you, awe around you, and awe within you. Above you, day turns into night, bright stars and planets appear in the midday sky, and the moon can best be described as a giant hole in the sky or the eye of God. Long ago, this event created mostly fear, but my modern experience of 3 solar eclipses is mostly awe. I also find it fascinating that a simple shadow, albeit the biggest one I'll ever see, can create so much awe. Around you, awe appears as you observe the animals, people, and landscape in the distance. Animals often go quiet with the sudden arrival of night. The temperature noticeably drops, and the most common reaction among people is, "Oh my gosh." This sentiment is usually repeated over and over and over and over and over again. I have also observed people get very emotional to the point of tears at the sight of a solar eclipse. Even professional astronomers are not immune to the awe. It's strongly recommended that professionals not take pictures or conduct any experiments when viewing a total solar eclipse for the first time, since they are often overwhelmed and forget to take a picture or collect data. Awe is present in the distant landscape because while it is night above and around you, it is still daylight in the distance, not under the shadow. Finally, for myself, much of my awe has occurred within. I will probably never make it to the moon or into orbital space, at least in this life. However, I imagine my solar eclipse viewing has created similar feelings and transformations in myself that those few lucky astronauts experience when they travel off-planet. For myself, I can only describe the awe as being fully alive and connected to the universe. As an added bonus, I get to share my inner awe with everyone I meet and invite them to join me in the shadow. Having awe within is quite nice. Sharing that inner awe with others is priceless. So I've been working on this event for the past 9 years. After I saw the one in August of 2021 in Casper, Wyoming, and realized that This one, I didn't have to chase. This one was coming to us. So I hooked up with Senator Woodburn, Senator Starr, Senator Hennessy, Representative Reed, the NHAS, whoever I could. And because of COVID, the bill that Governor Sununu signed into law in August of 2021 was actually late. We still don't have a solar eclipse scratch ticket. There's a lot of things we don't have. However, we do have the opportunity with this bill to get the youngest in our state excited about, for them, it's going to be a twice in a lifetime event. Because for all the 10, 15-year-old students in school, they get to see this with these glasses I passed out. They get to travel. And throughout New Hampshire, it's 95% in Salem, 96 in Manchester, 97 in Laconia, 98 in Plymouth, 99, Bretton Woods, Bartlett, Hart's Location. And the jackpot above Lancaster and Milan is 100%. I will be in Pittsburgh with a team of 30 to 60 folks up there. Bunch of things I want to address. It is a 3-minute totality event, but the whole event is 3 hours. The moon starts covering the sun at 2 in the afternoon. With your glasses, you can see it. So from 2 o'clock to 3:30, more and more of the sun gets covered. And then at 3:30, you have totality. Then it's another hour and 20-minute sunrise as the moon moves off the sun. So while the main event is 3 minutes, the whole event is 3 hours. Weather concerns, we are working with the BVI community, the blind visually impaired community, Randy Pierce at Future in Sight, because if we lose the weather lotto and it is cloudy or rainy or a snowstorm, how cool would it be to turn over the emceeing of this sight of a lifetime for most of us into an event of a lifetime for all of us? And here the BVI community gets to lead us in an event that they rarely, if they'll ever see, and we get to all experience it non-visually. NASA has sonification devices that transfer light into sound. They have tactile devices. They have music. Dr. Robert Kramer, I think he's written a couple of songs that we have. We have Rumble apps. We have a huge variety. So I'm hoping for clear skies, but if we don't get clear skies, we'll experience it non-visually. We got the bill through. What else? Working with the kids. It's huge because we have a solar eclipse time capsule. The solar eclipse time capsule goes into the ground, hopefully at the McAuliffe Shepherd Discovery Center. If not, it'll be at my Domino's Pizza shop here in Concord. So we have a backup location for that too. Goes into the ground on May 1st, 2024, 55 years later. The date of the next total solar eclipse in 2079 is the date it comes out of the ground. I'm not going to make 119, but the kids will. And what's even better is they can't have any Mount Gay Eclipse rum when it goes into the time capsule. However, when it comes out 55 years later, if they've led a reasonable life, they're first in line to have a shot, or at that age, maybe half a shot of Mount Gay Eclipse rum. So I could talk about eclipses for months, but I think I've used up most of my 5 minutes. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Woodcock.
Yes, you put me in awe listening here. 2 questions. Does the these particular types of lenses that I think Eleanor talked about are going to be distributed perhaps by the commissioner to all youngsters in the school system? Are there any other optical devices that the average person is going to be able to access during that time?
You'd have to define average because you can use
Someone like me walk around the street and I know it's coming tomorrow.
No.
You can't go to a store. No.
Well, what happened in 2017 that was really bad, I like to compare it to solar eclipse glasses are like the opposite of a COVID vaccine. When the vaccines first came out, it was difficult to get them. Everybody wanted them, or a lot of people wanted them, not everybody. And if you could find them, you might have to travel or spend a lot of money to get them.
Okay.
These glasses are the reverse. A year ago, they were everywhere. They were super cheap. Nobody wanted them. As it gets closer and closer, the availability goes down because you can't print off 500 to 800 million of these because we need them across the U.S., they need them across Canada, and they need them across Mexico. That's a lot of pairs of glasses, and there aren't that many companies that do it. Back in 2017, people that couldn't find them or didn't want to pay the high price, they started going to Amazon, eBay, the internet. Some of those glasses came from China.
Okay.
You know,
I got it. I figured it out.
Thank you.
Got it.
Get your hand.
Thank you. Anything
Just
further?
one more.
Follow up?
Thank you. Have you had a chance to talk with any of the professional associations? I know we had a representative from the superintendents, but the AFT, the NEA, the School Secretary Association, in terms of how this may actually work or could work. I'm thinking about union contracts. I'm thinking about paid days. I'm thinking about half days. I'm thinking about average daily attendance, reimbursement from federal government. Has any of that stuff through the commissioner been thought through, you know?
I'd have to refer you to Ellen, way above my pay grade. I work with NASA and the AAS, the American Astronomical Society, and hopefully the International Astronomy Union. Everything I'm doing, I want to take globally after 2024, because it's going to be a while before it comes back to us.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Any
Anyone
further
else?
questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Last card I have is for David McDonald.
So let it be known that on my sweatshirt, this is a photo of the total solar eclipse. I'm the advisor for the Belmont High School Astronomy Club in Belmont, New Hampshire. Thank you for allowing me to share a little bit. As I walk into the room, what's the first thing I notice? A picture of Krista McAuliffe. And you know what Krista McAuliffe was known as? The field trip teacher. She was known as the field trip teacher. I was 10 years the education director at the McAuliffe Shepherd Discovery Center. I still work there now part-time as the senior educator. I'm a full-time STEM teacher, astronomy teacher at Belmont High School now. I have taught astronomy for Granite State College, NHTI, Lakes Region Community College, and Plymouth State Graduate School. And I am a director for the New Hampshire Astronomical Society. I am vice president of the New Hampshire Solar Eclipse Task Force. And I love eclipses. I love education. I love the passion that science can get kids excited about things that other things can't. Who wants to read Walden Pond? I'm kidding. I went to Walden Pond. It's a great place. I've taken field trips there with kids. But what an opportunity, because as already said, the next opportunity, 55 years down the road for here in New Hampshire. I traveled myself 20 hours to Hopkinsville, Kentucky in 2017, August 21st, for 2 minutes and 45 seconds of totality. Life-changing. You know what else was life-changing? It's time to leave. It's time to head back to New Hampshire. I drive 5 miles west to an interstate, 4 lanes going north. 4 interstate lanes all going north. Nobody's moving. I did a U-E, don't tell anybody, I did a U-E on the ramp. I said, I'm not getting in that mess. And I drove 25 miles east to another interstate, 4 lanes going north, and nobody's moving. We went to a general store and got a map and went home on back roads. And we got there probably before the other people did. It's an amazing thing. And so as already pointed out, you can't travel to the eclipse on Monday, the 8th, because the traffic is going to be so bottled up. And as I shared, we got 4 lanes here, 4 lanes here, but don't worry, we have Route 3, right? We have Route 16. Nobody's going anywhere on the 8th. So that's why we encourage a day to, like, they can go up on the Saturday, go up on the Sunday. I'm going up Friday night, and then a travel day to get back on Tuesday. So a question that I heard is, well, parents can just write a note and excuse them. But listen, people, you know what you have the opportunity to do? You people have the opportunity to highlight, boldface, italics, big font, the importance of this. Because, yeah, parents can write an excuse any day to get out any day. In Belmont, they can excuse 3 days, and after that, they get in trouble. But if it's a bill, it's like, this is like legit, like this is a big deal. And you people have the opportunity to encourage students and to encourage families to go up to, doesn't have to be into New Hampshire. They can go to Buffalo, New York, Cincinnati, Ohio, up in Maine, go up to Montreal. But wherever they go for totality, that they get credit for the day. And with, recommended a day for travel on the Tuesday. And I just encourage you to endorse, pass this bill for the children. It's a big deal. And you people have the opportunity to heighten the importance of this big deal. Though, yeah, maybe the results could be handled without a bill, maybe. But this just underscores the importance of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many of the kids. Some kids may get the chance to do it twice. But for New Hampshire, 55 years is the next one. And so, Krista, the field trip teacher, let's encourage this field trip. And I appreciate the time that you've given me to chat with you a little bit.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here and your presentation.
My pleasure. Thank you.
With that, okay. Is Attorney Fenton still here? Would you have any information for us on the rulemaking provision in this legislation?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education, and I'm very thankful for the previous speakers because I know nothing about solar eclipses, and I'm back there taking notes, and you guys got me all jazzed up, and now I'm going to take my kids out of school to go see it. So I appreciate, thank you. And I want those glasses and a t-shirt, but that's probably overstepping just a bit. But as you know, we do not support or oppose bills, but I am here to answer technical questions, and I think there were some questions about the rulemaking. So Representative Tanner, if you'd like to ask me the direct question, so I am not presumptuous, which gets me in trouble.
So my first question is, does this apply, this authorization to adopt rules just for the solar eclipse?
So thank you for the question. It does. The short answer is it does. I think to further address your concern, I would refer you to other provisions in the law that really enumerate what this legislative body wants the department to do for rulemaking. I think seeing this language here, this looks broad to me. I will refer you to RSA 126U8 just as an example. There are other provisions of the law, but if you look at restraint and seclusion, for example, again, 126U8, it says the State Board of Education shall adopt rules pursuant to rulemaking authority relative to, and then it enumerates A, B, C, it enumerates exactly what it wants the department to do rulemaking for. More guidance is always helpful. As someone who's engaged in rulemaking quite a bit, the more guidance and direction this legislative body can give to the department as to what you want the rules to encompass is helpful to the department. Also, rulemaking authority belongs to the state board. It is not a commissioner authority. It is not a department authority. It is a state board authority. I hope I've answered your question.
Follow
up?
Yes, if I can. So I guess the other thing is that if schools can call off for snow days and schools can call off for COVID, or the commissioner or whoever down at this Department of Education decides whether schools can cancel because of low attendance because of COVID or not, without rulemaking, why, I understand the need for or not the need, but why we would like the other part to really highlight this event, like everybody's jazzed this all up now, like you said.
Yeah, I'm totally
I'm glad
jazzed.
I've got the glasses, right?
I know.
But I'm just concerned of why that's added and why it's necessary at this point. As far as schools, is it So if a school wanted to call it off, they could. If they wanted to have a half day, they could. Isn't that true at this point without this rulemaking?
I appreciate the question. I don't know if comparing this to COVID is an appropriate comparison simply because that was a public health emergency. And so I would be hesitant to look at that instance and compare it with this simply because there were other issues at play, i.e. the public health emergency, that are not part of this. I think that what you are hearing from the people who testified and what you are hearing from the field is that the field wants the support of the department in making this decision. And I can tell you in other areas, I've heard that across the board where the field looks to the department for their, approval, and I use that word loosely, and just their support in making these decisions. And I think that's the subtext of this bill. And I think that's been what I've heard in this testimony. In terms of your question as couldn't they already do this, I think they could. I say that as a bit of a caveat. I'd have to look into it a little bit more, but I think that they could. I.e., I will refer you to my previous testimony as I'm planning to take my children out of school. So there's that. You'll see if you see me here on April 8th. But I think this is more of just looking for that support from the department. We all know at this committee, the more that the local districts and the department can be working together is helpful to all of us. So again, I'm happy to get back to you on your question. I think that any concerns about the rulemaking can easily be addressed by just adding in some clarity as to what this legislative body wants those rules to encompass.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Lakis, please.
Yes, I'm just looking at the time thing and wondering how long it takes to do this rulemaking when this is a fast-paced bill.
Thank you for the question, and you're absolutely correct. Rulemaking, anyone who's familiar with the process knows that it takes a long time. I call it a legislative tennis match because there's a lot of back and forth and it never seems to end, right? So, and I like tennis, but there are ways to get rules in front and moving quickly, i.e. emergency rulemaking. There are different little mechanisms that we could work with. I do want to reach out to OLS to make sure that this would fall within one of those exceptions to the rule. I know emergency rulemaking is limited. It really is emergency rulemaking for certain purposes. So I need to check with that, and I'm happy to do that and get back to this committee to see if that would fit within those parameters.
Great, thank you. That would be appreciated.
Of course.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for getting jazzed.
Mr. Chair, before you adjourn this, is it possible to have the general clerk answer a question since he's here for his professional opinion?
Related to?
This bill.
The legislation? Why don't you talk to the clerk afterwards? We were kind of late for our...
It's because it's public information. It's a process bill. It's a process question.
Would you like to entertain a question, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. Appreciate that. I can see you're excited about it. My question deals with timing. In your opinion, knowing how bills, if this was fast-tracked and passed, is it possible to have this approved and signed in time for an April deadline?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. With that, I will again end the hearing on House Bill 1471. And we'll switch clerks and proceed to House Bill 1206 relative to prohibiting educator indoctrination. And I would just point out to the prime sponsor that we'll need a card from you when you're finished. And also that this is a hearing. It's not an exec session, so it's not a debate. It's just a hearing. So with that, I call on the prime sponsor, Representative Lakis.
Hello, and thank you for considering my bill. Alicia Lekis, Hillsborough 38, which is Hudson and Litchfield. For a very long time, we have been told that it's very important to understand intentive bills and things like that because it is used in court cases, et cetera, to understand what was actually meant. So to try to avoid misunderstanding, I'm going to try to cover whatever questions I can think of and make sure people understand what this bill is about and what might be considered indoctrination.
Could you
and what
suspend
would
for
not.
1 minute? Would someone be willing to close the doors there? Little noise in the hallway. Thank you. Please proceed, Representative.
So I worked on this language for a long time because I wanted to get it as clear as possible and to make it to be understood by any random person as much as possible. I talked to a lot of people. I talked to an English professor, a lawyer, working and many other people, many legislators, many friends trying to figure out how to make this as clear as possible. And I will go through it to try to help keep it from being misunderstood. Now, I know that people can misunderstand anything, including intentional misunderstanding. Just look at any genie who's granting wishes. And in case you're wondering, yes, that's a fictional reference. So I'm going to go line by line. Educators shall not present unproved theories as fact. So it's not a matter of not presenting theories or any theories being banned or anything. It's just how they're presented. Are they presented as a theory or are they presented as a fact? 2 + 2 = 4. That's a fact. Nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. That's a theory. Now, there's a lot of evidence for it, but we still don't know it. It hasn't been proved. And maybe there's beginning to be some evidence that some particles might go faster than the speed of light, or maybe they go backwards in time. We're not really sure, but at any rate, that's a theory. And so a lot of times what we hear and see people objecting to is when theories are presented as fact. And how can you tell? Well, first off, it's very difficult to prove something is true. It's very easy to prove that it's not. You only need one counterexample, and you know it's not true. But to prove that it is true, that can take, well, we still have things that we can't prove are true that most people kind of believe are true, but we can't prove it. So it always has to be couched in terms of a theory. Think about Galileo, right? Think about for how long we believed the Earth was the center of the solar system and what a big deal that was. So we have to be careful. And an example that we were taught when I was in school was Niels Bohr and his indivisible atom. And the atom was the smallest that anything could be divided into, any matter could be divided into. And we were taught that not because it was still believed, but so that we could understand how ideas change and that we wouldn't just assume something was true. That we would understand that, well, this is our best understanding at the moment, but that will change, that will change. In my years of studying physics, I've certainly learned a lot of things that were very different than when I was first taught. And that was why we were taught about Niels Bohr and the indivisible atom, which now we know there's lots of particles, right? So we have to be careful as teachers that we pass on that skepticism that, okay, this is what we believe today, but that doesn't mean it's true. It's a theory. As part of that, I just want to talk about modeling because some of the new science uses modeling, and you also can't conflate the two. Modeling can give you, it's a tool to help you make predictions, but if a model says something, it doesn't make it a fact. And so when you can use it to help you make predictions right up until the prediction doesn't hold. And then you know, oh, my model isn't quite right. Let's go back and fix it. I've developed models. And that was always open, was how we can easily change that model to represent what's happened. And so anytime you have a model that doesn't always hold true, it's not a true model. So it's you can't say, well, the model predicts this, therefore this is what's going to happen. No, the model predicts this. Therefore, well, there's a pretty good chance, we hope, if we did our model right. And so you can't teach that as fact either. You have to teach it as a good guess. Another way, if you're asking yourself, is if you're a teacher, is this fact or is this a theory? Another sort of a guidepost that you can use is if there are other people who believe differently, it's probably a theory. And so rather than teaching it as this is the truth, you teach it as this is one theory, and then there are people out there who believe another theory. Just like in Galileo's time, right? You had Galileo and people who followed him who were very much opposed to the idea that the Earth was in the center of the solar system. It's the same thing. When you start hearing those other ideas, that should be a clue to you that this is not a fact I'm going to be teaching. This is a theory, and I have to present other theories, whatever other people. Is the world flat? Is it round? Et cetera, et cetera. There are lots of things today that I hear being taught as fact that are really theories. And how do you know? Well, you don't necessarily know, but if there's a portion of the population that disagrees, well, they're not just nut jobs or science deniers or whatever you might think they are because you think you are right. No, it means they have a different theory than you do. And you present that. Another thing I want to talk about then would be value statements. And the ACLU wrote, and they asked some specific questions about whether or not things would be allowed, so to speak. In teaching a unit on the Holocaust, teaching that totalitarian forms of government are wrong, would that be banned? Would an educator's statement that neo-Nazism or racism in 2024 is wrong be banned? Can an educator say that the theory, there's that word, theory, of evolution is correct? Well, none of those things are right. You couldn't do that. People might think, oh, but those make complete sense. Hitler was a bad man. But what they have in common is they have a value statement. And certainly when I was in English as a kid, I learned what value statements were. You're making a value judgment on that thing or person. Hitler was bad. Totalitarian forms of government are bad. Once you use those words, good, bad, once you make value in there, that's an opinion, okay? It may be that most people believe that Hitler was bad. It's still an opinion. Rather than saying Hitler was bad, you show, what did Hitler do? What did he say? What did he do? You let the student make that determination, Hitler was good or Hitler was bad. You give the facts. Hitler did this. Hitler said that. And then, for kids who are a little more advanced, maybe middle school or certainly in high school, How did he get away with that? How did the people in his government follow along with what he was doing? How did they send all those Jews to work camps and to gas chambers? How did people let that happen? And that's a good discussion, because those things can happen anywhere now or in the future. So you don't need, if you give a value judgment, what happens is you close down communication. If you leave it open and give the facts and let kids think about it, you're actually opening up conversation. The kids aren't looking to you to tell them what to think. They're beginning to think for themselves. And after all, that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be teaching kids how to think, not what to think. And as soon as you start telling students what to think, you're shutting down their own mental development. You want to encourage, you want to open them up, to give them other ways of thinking. So you want to present information, but you want them to come to their own conclusions. And that's a lot of what this bill is about, is encouraging kids, figuring out ways of teaching to open up a person's ability to think, to wonder, to come to their own conclusions. When I was in school, we had no idea what our teachers' political viewpoints were, what their sexuality was, anything like that. The teachers presented us with what happened and let us figure out those questions. They might even ask us. I mean, a good one here, would a statement that communism is an unsuccessful form of government be banned? Well, rather than saying something like that, you could look at the various times that communism has been instituted through history. You could assign that as a question. But first you have to say, what does unsuccessful mean? What does it mean to be successful? What does it mean to succeed? What does it mean to fail? Because whenever you're going for a proof, I'm a mathematician, and I always learned, first thing you do is you define your terms. And so same thing with having a conversation. Define your terms before you even start discussing, or you can end up fighting with each other when you really agree, but you just have a different idea what the words mean. So define your terms, send it as an assignment for them to figure out, is it successful, is it not? Now, when does it get to be indoctrination? When you have a set answer for that. When you've decided yourself, yes, it's successful, no, it's not successful, and you grade accordingly. If instead you grade, did the student give a good definition? Did he follow up his definition? Did he back up whichever he decided according to that definition? Does he have a case? If he came up with an exception to that, then it's not a true thing, because he has come up with an exception to the statement. Therefore, it's not true. If you grade that way, that's not indoctrination. That's teaching kids to think, teaching kids to do research, teaching kids to come up with answers. If you've decided ahead of time, yes, it's true, no, it's not true, and I'm going to grade based upon whether they say yes or no, now you're pushing your opinion, and that's indoctrination. And I hope that's clear, the difference between those. Let me see what else. Oh, administrators should not bring into teacher in-service training outside sources, nor require teachers to view material from outside sources with the intent to push or assert, advocate for, or otherwise compel belief in any particular theory or ideology. Now, we've talked about how you know it's a theory or an ideology, because you've got discrepancy in people from one side or another, right? So are you having somebody to come in to push a particular point of view? Or have you invited people from each side to come in and present? And so that's where you get into trouble when a school district has decided, but this is the way we want everybody to think, and they bring in people to support that point of view. And in fact, even in the ACLU letter, it talks about classroom debate being between instructors or guest speakers who wish to promote the merits of their position. That's indoctrination, promote the merits of their position. If you want to do that, you're going to have to bring in people from multiple points of view, their position and whoever is representing a different position. Then you're not indoctrinating, then you're presenting presenting what the various theories are. But as soon as you start deciding one theory or one ideology over others, then you're indoctrinating. You're not just informing. Nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit discussing, as part of a larger course of academic instruction, the historical and current existence of various theories and ideologies. And that's important, to get both historical and current. It's not, that opens up discussion. What's going on now? How does that relate to me? We had slavery back for quite a while in our country. We still have slavery in our country. It just looks different. And so what is the historical significance of slavery? What is the current significance of slavery? How do we try to keep that from happening in the future? That's all. Any of these ideologies, any of these belief systems, it's important to talk about, to present those, what they are, and did they exist in the past? Do they exist now? However they look. Let's see. So I would say that if any student, other than through a lucky guess, knows or can tell what a teacher's religious or political views or sexual orientation are, the teacher has failed. And I'm very open to questions.
Thank you. Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My concern is title of indoctrination gives a public perspective that indoctrination is going on in public schools. But I know that all teachers are bound to professional standards and the code of ethics, and I know the code of conduct is mentioned here as well. And you mentioned that you spoke to a variety of people, so my question is twofold. Have you spoken to public school educators and administrators? Are public school administrators contributing to indoctrination? And can you give a specific example as what drives this bill?
Okay, yes. I have talked to teachers. I have talked to spouses of teachers. And something that I hear very often, have heard multiple times from multiple places, multiple school districts, is that the administrators are pushing specific ideologies and telling the teachers that they have to teach them. And the teachers don't want to, but they're afraid to speak up. I can't tell you any of their names because they're afraid of retribution. But it is not, it is, I can't even tell you all the different towns I've heard this from, and my husband has heard this from, because if I'm here, he often goes out places and he'll just set up just chat with whoever is nearby, right? He might go out for lunch and sit at the bar and chat with whoever, and he'll come home and tell me these stories that people have talked to him about. It happened just last week, in fact. So that is a lot of what drives this. That and closing, and not wanting to close down students' ability to think for themselves.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Can you give me kind of go into this a little bit deeper about this administrator that brings in specific ideology that teachers are forced to teach? Could you give me an example of that? Because it isn't even in my realm of thought that that happens, but.
DEI is an ideology, okay? Some people super support it because they believe it's inclusive and gets people to be inclusive. Other people very much think that it's a horrible thing. It teaches people to be racist. I know some of my Black friends who think it's insulting. The idea that they need white people to help them to be able to do whatever they can do, the idea that they can't do on their own, but they need these people of privilege to help use their privilege for them to succeed when they believe that they're perfectly successful and able to be successful on their own. And they get very upset by the fact that it's being taught. So there are teachers where they have DEI specialists come in for teacher training and tell them you have to incorporate this throughout your day, whatever you're doing. So it's not curriculum, so nobody can go and ask ahead of time, is this being taught? Is this part of the curriculum? Because it's not. It's supposed to be part of each part of the day, what the teacher is supposed to include it, whether it's math or gym or whatever it is. And the teachers are like, I don't believe in this. I don't want to teach this. I think it's racist. I think it's harmful, and I don't want to do it. And so that would be an example.
Follow up?
Sure. So you're talking about, just so I'm perfectly clear on this, tolerance for diversity, equality of people, and justice in that people are under justice or under the law as the United States has it. So those particular values you don't think should be taught in school?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the other parts of DEI, the parts that teach that you are absolutely racist because you're white, the part that says that you have privilege because you're white, the part that says that you have to be an ally to people who aren't white so they can succeed because otherwise they can't succeed. That's racist. That's what people are objecting to.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chair. Just a simple one, and I apologize for being loud on the outside and missing the inside.
That's quite all right.
At least I was still in awe from the eclipse.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, and if you already covered this, just tell me so I don't waste your time again. I'm looking at line 11 and 12 of your bill, your bill. And I'm thinking about my years as a social science teacher. And this says you can't require a student, compel a student. I would often require students to A, B. All you people are going to speak and we have a debate, or 1, 2, 3, 4. And you're going to speak on this in favor of that. And you're going to speak on this against that. So that we have them doing the research and all the things. But that, if I read this correctly, that as a teacher, I would not be able to say that you're on side one pick it out. One, you are against slavery. Side two, you are for slavery, and what you want to do. And that's how we start the dialogue, for instance, on a class. And make the research, appropriately for the high school.
Basic debate techniques, yes.
So, or any subject, but I'm now telling them, yes, that's the side you're going to be on, and that's what you're going to do. So if I read this right, I can't do that. I can't compel students to express belief and support of any particular thing.
You're not asking them as themselves to believe in slavery or not believe in slavery. You're asking them to present that position in a debate.
Correct.
which is different than asking them for their belief in that thing.
Well, I won't get into a dialogue with you, if I may, to further clarification, or say in support of, which is debate, or in support, belief or support of. So if I am on a team of three of us supporting or not supporting a topic, then we're going to be coming from the position, yeah, we support that. This is why. So I just, that's all. I find it particularly as you get higher age youngsters, and the high school particularly, where kids are pretty sharp, and they have back training, and they really want to get passionate about things, and whichever way you tell them to go, they just want to debate. So I find it maybe I find other things here, but that's particularly just what jumped out at me.
Well, having been part of a debate club that competed nationally, right. I see a difference between asking them in a debate to present a certain side, and then the opposite side even. I mean, as a debate team, you have to be willing, because you don't know which side you're going to get at any point in time. You have to be able to present both. But that's different than asking them to believe in that. Actually asking that, trying to convince them that your side is correct or your ideology is correct, to get them to believe.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
You got it? That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So lines 1 to 24, really, I think teachers and administrators are the bad guys. They're the ones that are doing the indoctrination, okay? So lines 25 and 26, my question is, how is that going to be enforced? Is that up to students and parents to report out? Who's enforcing 25 and 26 is my question.
First off, I'm not saying anybody is bad guys, and there are plenty of teachers who teach very well without indoctrinating. Okay, so I don't want to imply that you can't teach, or there aren't teachers that that there are teachers, that all teachers indoctrinate. I don't want to apply that at all. I just am trying to make sure that where it's happening, it steps back. And who is going to bring it forward? It could be another teacher. It could be the school administrator who happens to notice it when they're walking past and hears what's going on. It could be the students. It could be the teachers. I mean, the parents who the student has complained to. It would have to be investigated, right? You're not going to just assume. I mean, when anything else comes up to find out whether somebody violates the New Hampshire Code of Conduct, there's a whole investigation. And that would still be the whole investigation. And I would hope you would start with, if that investigation is done and somebody has found that, yes, they were indoctrinating, that there would be a conversation that says, this is the difference. This is how you would do this without indoctrinating as opposed to with indoctrinating, right? Not Hitler is bad, but these are the things that Hitler did.
Thank you.
And well, at any rate, and if you continued to do that, that might escalate along there.
Can I follow up on that? Can I just follow up
quickly, please?
Very, very quickly. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that you would think every teacher was indoctrinating or every administrator, but when clearly it said the administrator, if they does the workshop, who reports that? So that I definitely didn't think you thought every single teacher and every administrator did this.
Thank you. Representative Ford.
Your mic.
I was wondering, as you were talking about the circumstances of people who teach in schools with religious affiliations and the predicaments they get in when the so-called authorities on either side of an argument differ. A good example is, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, straight from the Bible. And yet a geology teacher says, in the beginning was the Precambrian, all that stuff we don't know about. And then it began with the Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Pleistocene. That's the Ice Age. And then someone says, well, how do we know that happened? because we found a human being frozen in a glacier. Fact. We got one. They lived then. Well, what about before then? Some of that we don't know. And so you then start to say there are different calendars, don't you? And that calendars are a construct, a way of cutting time into pieces. But in fact, they're virtually all arbitrary, not capricious, but arbitrary. You're choosing to look at time in this way, or in these cuts, or in these slits.
Excuse me, Representative, do you have a question for?
Well, the question is, how does that fit into your argument about selective, factual, et cetera?
Well, remember when I said if you have people with different ideas of that, it's not facts, it's ideology. And so then you would present it that way. There are people who believe that the world started at this time and time was divided up this way, and et cetera. There are people who believe that, looking at time according to the theory of relativity, that actually things were moving much faster in the beginning, and that really all of that large time period really was just one day from our time period, et cetera. And you would present and allow your students to present the different ideas as different belief systems, different ideologies. The trick is not to come down on one, right? To leave it open.
Thank you. Any further questions for the representative, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I have two examples that I would like you to comment on. One would be a civics or possibly history teacher invites an elected official who has a party affiliation to be a guest speaker. Actually, let me back up. They invite all the elected officials, say all the state reps for a particular district, to come in and speak. Not everyone accepts, and in fact, only one party is going to be represented to speak. Is that teacher expected to not acknowledge that person's party affiliation, to require that speaker to endeavor to be completely nonpartisan? Well, presumably the point I should have said is to share some perspective about the way government process happens. So that's one example, and then I would like to ask the other one.
Okay, well, I've certainly been invited to such classes, and the teacher made a point of inviting both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And we've done that more than once. And one time, yes, we were the only ones that showed up. That was not the fault of the teacher. That was, for whatever reason, nobody else showed up. And so when we presented things, we presented it as our opinion, not as fact, but as this is what we believe. And so again, the teacher has done her best, and she can explain that there is another side. Those people weren't able to come, but she's still trying to say there are multiple sides, and we presented our side as our side, not as fact.
Did you have another quick?
Yes, thank you. So when my daughters were in high school, the philosophy teacher at the school at the time, still today, would invite different guest speakers to come in and talk about their religious system or lack thereof. And one of the speakers was an atheist. I think this teacher particularly invited that person to speak to make sure that these students were aware of that belief system or lack of belief system. I don't think, practically speaking, that you could expect in the time frame of our school day and the massive stuff we expect to happen, that a teacher would be able to represent every religion. So how do you respond to that?
Well, when a teacher is, presumably the teacher was teaching about comparative religions, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the teacher, for one thing, when the teacher is done doing that, the students should not be able to guess what religion that teacher had. Okay, so that's sort of a clue to tell you whether or not they were successful in showing things objectively, is if none of the students could even tell after the end of teaching all of those things, which the teacher itself, his or herself believed, then they were successful.
May I? Sorry.
But yes, you don't always have time to do all. I know when we did that when I was in school, we were each asked to pick a religion and we as students presented them. And that avoided that conflict.
Quickly, please, we have 3 more speakers.
So I guess I'd like further clarification on how in our small rural communities, where a teacher is a person who lives in the community and in my last example, may attend a particular church or synagogue that their students attend. Okay, the teacher may not be talking about that in the classroom per your approach, but I think it's completely unfeasible that students won't have any idea. Do you agree?
Yes, if it's a small community and some of the kids go to church with the teacher, yes, they're going to know, but it's not going to come from what they presented in school. It's going to come from outside.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for presenting your legislation. And next, we have Megan Tuttle. She had to leave, okay.
Like I can,
Leave her testimony? That'd be great, thank you.
I can briefly summarize it.
Okay, if you want to then present a card, but a quickly summary, because we can get copies made.
Yes, I will make it very quick and fill out a card. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Brian Hawkins, filling in for Megan Tuttle today. For a couple of points I just wanted to make is first, we feel that this bill follows a similar formula to bills that we've seen in previous years. Basically, that the language of the bill is extremely vague, and it leaves it will leave educators wondering how to interpret this language. And then it is followed up by a potentially very stiff consequence for that educator, which is a violation of the code of conduct, which can, as this committee knows, can lead to an educator potentially losing their license. The standards in the bill are, as I said, vague. For example, that educators shall not present unproved theories as fact and not push or assert or advocate or compel students to express belief in support for any particular theory or ideology. So where does this leave discussing all sorts of scientific, sociological, historical theories or ideas in class? And where is the line between classroom discussion, debate, and the term push or assert? What's the standard for an unproved theory? This is unclear. This is the type of legislation that I think we heard testimony in the teacher shortage committee over the course of the last couple of years. And in that report, they said that that was issued not just 2 months ago. Classroom teachers are feeling and reporting stress and concerns for the consequence as a result of the legislation proposed and passed in our State House. And teachers leaving the profession most often cite the climate and culture as the biggest factor in their departure from education and New Hampshire altogether. And so we believe 1206 would be an extension of that. I'll close my testimony and give hand in the written testimony.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can just hand it to the gentleman at the end. Also happens to be a representative. Deborah House.
Okay, did I just turn this on? Yes, want to make sure I turned it on, not back off. Okay, my name is Deborah Howes. I am president of the American Federation Teachers New Hampshire, and I am here on behalf of our members to speak in opposition of HB 1206. I do take the maker of the bill at her word that she did not intend to imply that there is a problem with educators indoctrinating in this state. But certainly reading the text of the bill and the title of the bill, it makes it sound like there is such a problem with educators and administrators indoctrinating students that you have to pass a law against it. And we've got a problem with that. It is offensive to all those people who are working so hard every day to educate our students. They do this because they care about students. They want them to learn, grow, and thrive. And it's bills like this, as the previous speaker mentioned, that are part of what is driving people out of the profession. In our schools, which I would hope that the maker of the bill will get more informed about what goes on in our public schools, but in social studies and science, we do a lot with the inquiry method, where we work hard to make sure students have access to primary documents and learn how to do research so they can indeed form their own opinions. We are not teaching them what to think, but we're teaching them how to find the information so they can draw their own conclusions. We're teaching them how to observe, how to collect data, how to put things together so that they can piece it together and form their own conclusions. This bill is based on a misunderstanding or misrepresentation of what we do in public schools. It creates yet another vague and ill-defined standard which will interfere in the public school classrooms and keep students from getting the robust education that is their constitutional right in New Hampshire. Simply put, this is another classroom censorship bill. The effect will be to make our public schools less welcoming to all students in our communities. How do we know this? We've seen what happened after the Divisive Concepts Law passed. We've seen the effect of the similarly vague Divisive Concepts Law, which failed to define its vague terms and also threatened teachers and school staff with the possible loss of license if they violated them. Since that law took effect, we have also seen some extremists insist that any recognition of students who are LGBTQ or of a family structure that consists of two moms or two dads, any such recognition is considered gender ideology. Now, would that be considered an ideology under this bill? And would that be something we can no longer mention or read a storybook where someone has two moms or two dads? We don't want to see that happen in our schools. All of our kids deserve to feel included, being welcoming and kind to all of our students and making sure they feel welcome in our classrooms is not an ideology. It's just being human. Don't take the humanity out of our public schools. Let us teach our kids. The bottom line is that every Granite State student has a constitutional right to a robust public education, and the state of New Hampshire has an obligation to its students to provide it. Putting laws like this in the way of students being able to feel that they are welcome and belong, like they are full members of their classroom communities, is wrong for our students, for our public schools, for our teachers and the school staff in the Granite State. I urge you to find HB 1206 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And our last speaker this afternoon is Mary Wilkie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mary Wilkie. I'm a retired school teacher, public school teacher, and I live in Concord. And I'm opposed to this bill. I don't want to repeat what other people have said. The vagueness issue does worry me. I think when you talk about value statements, as a teacher, it's hard to avoid value statements. If a child in my class calls another child the N-word, do I have to say, well, some people don't think that's okay, but other people do think it's okay? Up until now, I'm no longer teaching, but up until I finished teaching, I said that's not okay. There are a number of times when you're called, is it okay to say it's better to share. Please, please share your materials. It's better to share our classroom materials than to hoard them. That's a value statement. I made it many times. In the course of a day, you're often dealing with interpersonal interactions that raise value issues. And I guess I feel like if that's the guideline, it's really hard to follow. Am I going to have to stop and think, wait, is this ideology? Is this not ideology? Ideology has a very vague definition in the dictionary, by the way. So that's one thing, but I know other people are addressing that. I just would like to say that as a person who devoted a good part of my career to public school teaching, I find it disheartening that year after year there are bills. I mean, this one used to be called teachers' loyalty. Last time it was teachers can't teach communism and Marxism. Teachers that I know, and I've taught in 4 schools. I had 2 children who went to 3 different schools. I know many, many teachers through all those ways. I've never met one who was in the business of trying to indoctrinate students. My own experience and my kids' experience was, yes, teachers were trying to teach kids how to think for themselves, give them the tools, the knowledge, the research skills, and let them come to their own conclusions. And so to have a bill, education, not indoctrination, and I notice it's not being imposed on religious schools that by definition do indoctrinate, and that's fine, that's their right, although I would prefer not to pay for it. But that's what, here we have education, not indoctrination. It is very disheartening. It's just disheartening to see this year after year. I went into teaching, and so did my colleagues, because we loved to learn. We wanted to pass on that love of learning. We wanted to help kids have a bright future, not because we wanted to convince them that our way of thinking is the only way of thinking. We didn't lie awake at night scheming up plans to make them into communists or make them into whatever the latest problem is. I lay awake at night thinking about the child that just arrived from Congo, where his father was killed in war. I lay awake at night wondering, how can I help this child who hates to read? What can I find for this child that will help him enjoy reading? What can I do about this child who doesn't like to write? And what topic might really grab her so she'd want to write? What can I do about the little girl whose mother is dying of cancer and she lives with her stepfather who she doesn't get along with? There were plenty of things for me to lie awake at night about, and they weren't, how am I going to make my students into people who think like me? That was the last thing on my mind, and it's just, you can tell, I don't usually testify in an emotional way. It's very hard. I taught for 20 years. I devoted my heart and soul to teaching, and none of it had to do with indoctrination, and this is just insulting.
Thank you very much for your service to our children and your testimony today. Representative Peternell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in to testify. It's a longer day than we thought. You brought up religious schools, and I just want to ask do you think perhaps parents might choose a religious school for the exact purpose of having their children indoctrinated in their ideology, as opposed to choosing a public school in the hopes that their children would not be indoctrinated in any specific ideology?
Yes, that may well be. And I don't want to sound like I have any problem with religious schools. But if we think of teaching as something where you're trying to help kids learn how to think, then we want to give them the option of thinking, of coming to their own conclusions. And that's what I think people do look for in public schools. And I think that's what public school teachers do try to do.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that wraps up our day. We have another full day tomorrow. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we start at 9:15 tomorrow. Great. Thank you, everybody. Great idea.